of Benin Teaching Hospital. A pleasure to have you join me today, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Thank
Same
you.
here.
So, like I said, sudden cardiac deaths. What does it mean?
Good afternoon, viewers. Just as the name implies, sudden cardiac death. So that suggests an unexpected death that is sudden, usually within an hour of symptoms. And of course, in a patient or in someone with a known or unknown cardiac disease. I say known or unknown because most times people routinely will not go for checkup. So there's an underlying heart problems, but they never knew about it because they didn't get to visit a clinic where a doctor evaluated and said, we have an underlying heart problems. Just managing themselves, pushing through until the day there was an incident, and maybe on autopsy or on further investigation, we discovered that there was an underlying cardiac problem. So that's why we say it is sudden cardiac death.
This one that is sudden, are there symptoms?
Yeah, usually what we call a prodromal phase or signs and symptoms, where the person may feel, unusually weak or fatigue. Sometimes some of them it can come with chest pain, some chest discomfort or chest pain that cannot really be so clear. Just feel some chest discomfort. Some of them may have what we call palpitation. Okay. A sudden awareness of one's heart. Usually, the heart beats 247. You don't get to know that your heart is beating. I think you don't get to be aware of the beatings of the heart. But when one begins to feel or be aware of the heartbeats, that's what we refer to as palpitation.
Like what kind of feeling should that person have?
As the heart is pulsating, you hear, you are aware that my heart is beating too fast, or it's beating irregularly.
Sometimes there is this feeling of fear and the heart will suddenly jump. Other times it could just jump for no reason at all. According to laymen like us, for no reason at all. You say, why is my heart beating like this? There's nothing pushing you, or there's nothing that took you by surprise to have caused that kind of palpitation, but you just feel it. And other times you see people just said, hold on to their hearts, and then the next thing they slum and die. So
such is a pointer to why somebody should get evaluated properly. For instance, it's not normal. I usually would not feel that heart jumping. Usually would not feel that heart, beating too fast. And for no reason you are feeling it. Well, it's okay when somebody is anxious. That could be physiological. Or when somebody is, exerting himself, or maybe somebody that is running. When you run, the physiological response of the heart is you feel your heart beating faster. And for this one, for no reason, you just going about your normal activity, which you would do before. And you can feel the heart, jumping, like you say, that what we call palpitation. That suggests that all is not well. So that one should visit
But unfortunately, even at that, I've seen it happen. I say, what I need is a bottle of soft drink. Let me not promote them now. A bottle of soft drink and some water, I'll be fine. I've seen it happen to somebody, and the person just took a bottle of soft drink and said, okay, I think I'm good, without thinking of going to the hospital. The hospital is usually the last place every person will want to visit. And that on its own is, I think that on its own is a pandemic already, because people don't go to hospital until it is quarter past. So now let us look at those with underlying ailment that should be aware of this problem.
Yeah, usually with people with, there are things we call risk factors. Risk factors means what are the conditions that predispose one to having a sudden cardiac death.
Okay.
And so we could categorize it as nutritional. You can even say genetic. When you say nutritional, things like excessive alcohol comes in here. Of course, excessive alcohol, some persons will have their hearts racing and jumping. And sometimes there are some drinks referred to as energy drinks. I don't want to mention some names now. Those drinks,
please don't mention. We just know the energy drinks, sport drinks.
They make you feel alert, energetic. Even sometimes you don't sleep. But if you look in, some persons could take as much as more than they should take. And they will be wondering, the way my heart is beating, it's not regular.
But nowadays, people live on it, especially young men. You see them carrying it in water cans, in
Some get
in
lucky.
all kind of bottles.
Some get
but that is what
lucky.
they live on.
Some get lucky. They know that, oh, it is each time I take this, I feel this symptom, and they stop. And you know, when you take away the trigger or the assault, it means that the injury is off, and then the person will be free.
Will be free.
But someone may not know, just keep taking it and taking it. And before know what's happening, there's problem. That's why I said nutrition comes in the energy drink,
Okay.
the excessive alcohol. Then for some reasons, you know, when you talk about malnutrition, we have what we call micronutrient malnutrition, things like
Okay.
magnesium particularly.
Okay.
For some studies, you know, it's been observed that when the magnesium intake is low, it can
Okay.
predispose to a nutritional factor causing
Okay,
sudden cardiac death.
for the purpose of educating the public, can you please break down this magnesium intake?
Most times when we take our food, you know, we talk of balance. That's why we talk about fruits. Sometimes we say take supplements. If one goes for a routine screening and the magnesium level is low,
Okay.
there are some reasons we say, okay, let's do micronutrient screening. And if it's low, they will give you some supplements, and of course, take some fruits. Most of the food we eat, all those things we put, some of them have some of these micronutrients
Okay.
in the amount that is sufficient for the body.
Okay.
But if for some reasons there's, you know, we're not having balanced diet and there's some malnutrition from micronutrients, then we'll put in supplements.
In this economy, we are talking about
Then
getting our
genetic-
tummy filled, not balanced diet
Well,
now.
but most times, some of the things we need for the balanced diet are things that we could help ourselves with.
Okay.
As simple as having a garden, you know, once in a while putting fruits in your diet. Those little things that we may just commonize. They really may not be so
They're very
difficult to
important.
access. And we don't need so much from these micronutrients just to be well nourished. Then things like genetic factors.
Okay.
In genetic factors, a lot has to do with genetic factors because for some reasons, it just runs in some family. You know, if in some family you have this history of people having sudden cardiac death, people just slump and
And
they are no
die.
more, they slump. And particularly when it's multiple, that suggests that every member of that family should come for screening. So we
Okay.
can pick the problem earlier and then begin to see how we can manage the risk factors. It's not the person's fault, just that in some families, for some reasons, we have what we call hypertrophic cardiomyopathy.
Okay.
The heart's just excessively thickened. It's not
Okay.
your fault, but being aware, you know, one anticipates.
And it's not a village people thing.
Not necessarily.
Because that is what we usually attribute it to.
Not necessarily. Medically speaking, it's a genetic factor. That's why I said nutritional factor. I've explained that. I've talked about genetic factor.
Genetic
Now we're
factor.
talking about what some of them we call them long QT syndrome.
Okay.
For some reasons, the electrical transmission in the heart, you know, because of some structural malfunction or abnormality of the genetic makeup. So the conduction is not smooth. It's longer, like you say, long
Longer,
QT syndrome, and that's predisposed to abnormal conduction, and that can cause a sudden cardiac arrest, and that's sudden cardiac death. And we have acquired, we have congenital. Of course, for the acquired, there are some drugs that can prolong the QT interval.
Okay.
So such drugs, in some conditions, are avoided. So there are some tests we do when the QT is prolonged. Some of those drugs are
Some of the
avoided
drugs are- okay.
because that can lead to sudden cardiac death in a patient that already having a background problem. You know, then there are a lot of others. So we talk about genetic. We talk about I've mentioned nutritional.
Yes, you have.
We have what we call arrhythmias. Arrhythmias still talks about the electrical conduction of the heart because
Of
the
the
heart
heart.
works by both the mechanical and the electrical. That's what keeps the heart working. So with the electrical components, if there's any problem in the transmission, what we call arrhythmia, it's like somebody, when you say somebody is having what we call convulsion epilepsy, sometimes in this transmission in the heart, there's some disruption or abnormal flow.
Okay.
So that abnormal flow is what we call arrhythmia. One of them is what we call premature. I'm sorry for using a lot of medical
No, go
jargon.
ahead. We're listening.
Premature ventricular contraction. If an ECG is done,
Okay.
sometimes it can be occasional, not to worry. But for some time, if it is maybe having it occurring like 10 times in an hour,
In an
that's
hour.
significant. And that can give an idea of this person is at risk of sudden cardiac death. So having that, evaluating the arrhythmia can help us know and categorize. So there are a lot of other risk factors, but for time, just not to
Okay,
bore
there's
us.
one I'm going to ask you after this short break. All right, the program is Healthy Living on Independent Television. We'll take a very short break, and when we come back, we'll continue with questioning the doctor so that we can get answers to our problems. We'll take that short break now. All right, thank you everyone for staying tuned. We're still on Healthy Living and I'm talking with Dr. Onwalo. All right, doctor, what is the relationship between obesity and sudden cardiac death?
Yeah, you know, the list, I didn't exhaust all the list for risk factors causing sudden cardiac death. Well, we have modifiable risk factors and non-modifiable risk factors. One of such is things like genetic factor. You don't determine your genetic components. You're giving birth to that way. Things like your age.
But we can manage it.
Well, identifying it helps us
to manage
and try and see how we can avoid things that can trigger it. But we have no control. Things like increasing age is a risk factor for sudden cardiac death.
Okay.
So we have no control. We age per second. But the second that goes by, I'm getting older, I'm not getting any younger. So you have no control over that. But things like weight, what is obesity? The body mass index is one of the criteria we use to define obesity, either abdominal girth or body mass index. Either way you see it, those are things we use to objectively assess obesity. So if we go by BMI, obesity means that the weight for height is more than, most times we say 25 and above to 29.9, according to WHO, we say it's overweight. Then anything 30 and above, we say it's obesity. So this poses a risk for coronary heart disease, cardiovascular disease, and of which, once there's a cardiovascular disease, that means that there's a background underlying heart problem, and that's a risk factor for sudden cardiac death. So that's the relationship between obesity and sudden cardiac death. So for obesity also, you know, one of the things that it's modifiable. We have we have the opportunity to shed off some weight.
Work on it.
And that's why I classify it as it's classified as a modifiable risk factor, unlike the increasing age, genetic components, and the others that are not modifiable. So this one is modifiable. Okay,
instances where people sleep and don't wake up again. Could it be cardiac arrest or cardiac sudden death?
Now, well, cardiac arrest could lead to sudden cardiac death. Don't forget, when they say cardiac arrest, it means that the heart stops. And for the period the heart stops, there may be some injury. Whether I like it or not, when there's an abrupt cut-off of the oxygen and blood supply, because even the heart itself requires blood supply and oxygen. You know, the particular area or segment supplied suffers some injury. So there's some micro scar, depending on the level of damage that has occurred there. And when that occurs, that's to say that that place will malfunction. And so that's why I say there's a link between the cardiac arrest leading to sudden cardiac death. But however, the defining factor there is that there's a background cardiac disease before you can talk about the sudden cardiac death.
So when people sleep and don't wake up, is a problem.
Now when people sleep and don't wake up, if there's a background heart problem, sleeping and don't wake up could mean that the sudden cardiac death occurred while asleep. And things like heart attack, if an heart attack occurs during sleep, and depending on the severity, what we call myocardial infarction, what we refer to as heart attack in the layman's word, is that there is some occlusion of the blood supply to a particular region of the heart. So the degree of the occlusion defines the severity of the ischemia. So if it is an acute myocardial infarction, that means the occlusion is at least 70%, 80%, 90%, almost completely blocked. And when that happens, it shows that that part of the heart is compromised, and they may not be recovered.
Okay, does this also happen in children?
Yeah, it is rare, but when it does happen in children, then most likely it is a genetic component that is contributing. All those genetic abnormalities like the long QT syndrome, the Brugada syndrome, when those ones are occurring, most times below 35 years, then otherwise, it's like I said, increasing age is one of the strong risk factors. As we grow older, the vessels are sclerosed, you know, the heart is old. And for most times, people that already have a background heart problem, for instance, heart failure. So when they have heart failure, suggests that the person is also at risk of having a sudden cardiac death, particularly when the ejection fraction, because when we do a scan of the heart, what we call echocardiography, we are able to assess for the systolic function by the ejection fraction. If it is less than 30, that is an indicator of a high risk for sudden cardiac death.
You know, all of this will be difficult for layman to understand, except you go to the hospital. And it's not something you can diagnose yourself.
No, you have to be evaluated. That's why, for instance, somebody may be maybe somebody close to you now, maybe walking or being around you at work, but you observe that this person is always easily getting tired.
Okay.
But the person is managing. Such person shouldn't manage. You should just visit and say, I observed that recently I'm not as strong as I used to be. I easily get fatigue. Maybe the person is overweight. That's another reason to say, oh, I'm overweight. I'm actually getting fatigued. Let me just walk in for a check. This is not how I used to feel. And you may be surprised. You go in for that check and they say, oh, the ejection fraction of the heart is low. And of course, there are some drugs we can give to improve the function of the heart, shed off some weight. There's some injection we can give to shed off some weight. There's some things we can do to improve the overall function. And then that risk factor is controlled. And that delays the, the consequences that would have happened if the person had not come for that checkup. So the message here is, when we don't feel well enough, when we feel unwell, when the body gives signals, because most time the body will give signals, and we recognize those signals, we are advised to walk into the general practice and have a general check.
Being on this program is like doing advocacy too. But unfortunately, you are Nigerian, I'm Nigerian. You work in a hospital. You know that most cases come from the emergency units. Until somebody is almost gone, we find it difficult to go to hospital. And the problem of this world is so much that anything can happen to anybody at any time. Somebody can just fall suddenly in the market and the person is gone. And people don't come to help. The next, everybody's bringing out phone to come and let's see what's happening. You're videoing the person instead of calling for help. And then ambulance services is another thing. The 911, the emergency number thing is another crazy thing in this part of the world. We don't really have it.
I know we used to have some emergency ambulances I see at work. I don't know if they're still functional.
I think those ones are still there.
Fine. So thanks to
but it should be everywhere.
Our environment, we have that. However, well, it is what we are faced with. And that now will be a pointer to self-help. What you can do to prevent it, do. One of the risk factors I didn't mention was psychosocial.
Okay.
Psychosocial risk factor is something that we may be able to control. Things like things that can necessarily make you depressed, you avoid them, because depression is a risk factor for sudden cardiac death. Things like maybe, for instance, well, your socio-economic status, really, you don't have any control over that. But just try and work harder to improve, because most times some of these things happen more in the low socio-economic status. Yes, maybe because, I don't know, the people high up there are able to afford medical, they can able to access healthcare easily because they are more empowered. So maybe that's why it occurs more in the low socio-economic status than the higher socio-economic
Even for some
status.
of those who can afford it, hospital is the last place they want to go to. Rather, we'll go to church. We'll go and faith it out.
Well, yeah.
So relationship between faith and medicine.
It has to be, there has to be a balance. There has to be a balance. Why there has to be a balance? Even if you want to faith it out, you should even know what is wrong before you faith it out. And if you know what is wrong, you're faithing it out, you know what you're faithing. So you can't know what is wrong if you're not evaluated. So I will still explain further that maybe ignorance may be the problem. What are you faithing when you don't even know what is wrong?
What is wrong?
And so I don't think there should be any clash. It's just ignorance, maybe. Because if you feel unwell, you need to be told why you are feeling unwell. So you are not working, get evaluated and say, okay, this is what
I don't think ignorance is an excuse, because a lot of us are very good churchgoers. I believe in miracles, I do. So don't get me wrong, please. I believe in miracles, but you have to know, like you said, you have to know what is wrong with you before you can ask for a miracle on what is wrong with you. All right, Doctor, before we leave, then, can you just please tell every one of us, particularly those of us who don't like hospitals, I don't like hospitals, but I try my best possible to do all that I can. Tell us what to do. How should we look at our hearts before we start running to the hospital? Tell us how the heart should function, what we should look out for, and how to generally take care of ourselves so that we don't become victim of our own mistakes. In the next 30 seconds, can you do that for us?
Yeah, I can do that. Well, the summary of all we've just said is be aware of your health, know your numbers, know your body.
Okay.
You feel any slight change you cannot explain. You don't have to like the hospitals. And most times you don't have to have emergency per se before you walk in. We have what we call the wellness clinic. You just walk in, I just keep my routine, and make it a habit once in a year to go for general check.
Like a birthday gift to yourself.
Yes, and know your numbers. What are the numbers you should know? know your BMI,
Okay.
know your blood pressure,
Okay.
know your fasting blood glucose, know
Okay.
your cholesterol, at least
Okay.
this basic 4. Your BMI will help you know how you should discipline yourself to trim your weight down
Okay.
and your diet. Your blood pressure will help you know if you need an intervention to work on your BP or not.
Okay.
Your fasting blood sugar will help you know if you need to control that sugar. And of course, your cholesterol will help you know if you need to control your cholesterol.
Okay.
And if you can do this on your routine check at least once in a year, then at least you've done the minimum you should do.
All right, doctor. Thank you so much for finding time to be with us. Today we cannot take calls. We hardly take calls on TV, but we can take calls on radio, and we do that on Thursday. So let me get this promise from you that we'll do this on Thursday on radio.
Well,
Yes, doctor, yes. Thank you so much for saying yes. All right, people, this is what we're going to do today. Know your cholesterol level, know your BMI, know your sugar level, know your heart rate level, know everything that you need to know about yourself. And I will let you know that it does not cost much. There's a wellness clinic at UBTH. It's a government hospital. I'm not promoting that hospital. I've used it, and I think you can use it too. Hopefully the strike will be over soon, and people will go about their normal activities again in the hospital. So thank you, Dr. Nwalu, for finding time to be with us. So we'll see you again on Thursday, and that will be on radio. Until then, please take care of yourself. Don't drink too much. There are some sport drinks you should not even go close to, okay? All of this will damage your life if you are not careful. Bye-bye. Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living.
What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is TMI, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, Nigeria. Sunday's edition, the first edition for the week. I am Wilson Marshall. Today is all about the state of the nation, the state of our beloved country, Nigeria. Security situation between negotiating with bandits or fighting them. Because that is what seems to be on the front burner. If you go to the north, in a particular state, over 14 local governments have come to terms with negotiating with terrorists for peace to reign. You're going to see them brandishing their guns unchecked, moving freely amongst the populace with AK-47 strapped around their shoulders. Some, they have their grenades, but they are walking peacefully. They go to parties, wedding ceremonies, you just name it. as if they are one and in tandem with society. And they are saying that they are now in the budget of the government. How did we get here? Some are saying that is the best way to go for peace to reign. I'm not a fan of Sheikh Gumi for what he said. He said, you should put these bandits and terrorists in your budget. I, like, thinking about it, was like, what? Really? He said, for peace to reign, America shouldn't come bomb them or it should make the situation worse. Rather, they should put the terrorists and bandits in budgets. That means you should budget for bandits, budget for terrorists, so you can give them their own share. There'll be peace. Hello? Will that really bring forth peace? We're going to take a look at this. Some are saying, look, forget about negotiation. Bomb them back to the cave or to the elements or cave ages. We don't want to see them for us to have peace. If you talk about paying them, negotiating with them, for how long would the government tolerate them? For how long would they keep putting them in the budget? Giving up ransom here and there. For how long? So the only way out is to fight to finish. Some are saying, yes, they are too small for our military to handle, but it's like they're getting bigger. Others are saying, look, the reason why this is happening is because they've infiltrated our forces. And that brings to mind what late President Muhammadu Buhari did. All the so-called repentant Boko Haram, he gave them a free way to enter the military. Maybe perhaps he thought that being part of the military, it would keep them busy, occupied, so they will not have time to go join these terror groups. But right now, here we are. Information leaks like no man's business. Formation, everything shattered because of informant of these terrorists and bandits in our forces. Military, police, DSS, NSCDC. Some are saying they're all there. So no matter how you want to do it, they tend to get this information, ambushing our soldiers, killing some of them, and like a vicious cycle, it goes on and on and on because they are inside our forces. How can you explain? You made a perfect plan on how to go neutralize insurgents. On your way to a particular point in time, you just become the prey. Because why? One of your colleague, your comrade in arms, choose to give information to the terrorists that you guys are coming. Instead of the soldiers to become, or to be rather, the hunter, they now became the hunted. Instead of them to prey on these terrorists, the terrorists are not preying on them because of these leakages, saboteurs in the system. And I say the mistake was made by our late President Muhammadu Buhari for allowing them to come into the ministry. The question now is, can it be revoked? Don't they have their database? Don't they know XYZ repented Boko Haram that are in the military? Can't they fish them out? Can't they just start from a particular point? Lots and lots of questions to answer. My analysts definitely they're going to throw more light on it. Aside that, to go across Nigeria into Guinea-Bissau, where there was a coup in the heart of an election. Can you imagine that? They went out there to cast their vote, to exercise their franchise. All of a sudden, bam, there was a coup. Well, our former president, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan B, they allowed him safe passage back to Nigeria, and instead they please release the result because ECOWAS, AU, they have the results. But the military on the ground, do you think they'll listen to that? It was in the heart of the election. That was when the coup took place. Coalition almost getting set to call resort, military took over. We'll take a look at that also, the impact on ECOWAS. Guinea-Bissau, among the countries right now, being ruled by the military, what does it say about ECOWAS, about West Africa, about Africa as a continent? All these and more we'll take a look at after this break, when we'll go dive straight to the papers to get to see what the headlines are saying. Welcome aboard TMI Sunday's edition with Wilson and Marsha. I'll be right back to flip through the pages of the newspapers to bring to you various headlines making the rounds. Just stay.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, let's take a look at what some of the headlines are saying this beautiful Sunday morning as we peruse through various headlines making the rounds in our dailies. Quickly, let's dive into it. The Punch. On the Punch newspaper, we have this screamer: ambassadors opposition APC clash about Tinubu's nominees. Now that is a screamer, saying ambassadors opposition APC clash over Tinubu's nominees. Let's move on. Tribune. Wike's hammer falls on powerful Nigerians, revokes land belonging to Ilorin Emir, Lamido Gandoje Donald Duke, Iyabo Obasanjo CBN, them others, all the names you're seeing right now that were affected by revocation, so to speak, of their land title deeds. And Wike is like not caring whose ox is God. According to him, is doing his job. Let's move on to the next paper, please. On this day, we have this headline: Tinubu sent 32 additional ambassadorial nominees list to Senate for confirmation. ADC only visible alternative for Nigeria, says Atiku, insists APC PDP have failed. Two major headlines. President vows to work tirelessly to tackle insecurity. He is becoming a serious menace, so to speak. So President said, look, they're going to do their best to tackle insecurity. Let's move to the next paper. Vanguard. The screamer: terrorist strongholds in 9 states. Yes, you could see the maps there. Terrorist stronghold in 9 states. Remember I told you on the local government in the north where terrorists, according to report, are having serious stronghold in 14 local governments. They are talking about negotiation. Right now it's like they're at peace. Some are calling it graveyard peace because terrorists, they are going freely. Security agents will just see them and turn their faces. After all, that's the truth that they have. Terrorists brandishing AK-47, brandishing no matter of rifles, going, walking, smiling, going to parties, going to the market, having laughs with the community because they have the truth. That means what is behind that truth? Someone is giving them money either on a monthly or a weekly basis. But some are saying, how long can this truth be sustained? That's a question right now. Hence the topic: insecurity in Nigeria, between negotiating with terrorists or fighting them to the last man standing. That is the topic before us today, because Nigeria right now, people are really scared. Citizens are not really happy about what is going on. People are in pain. So we talk about security situation, security challenges. That is where we are right now. We're praying that Mr. President will be able to surmount this situation with his group of armed forces, the police, the soldiers, the Navy, the Air Force, the DSS, NSCDC. You just name it, because it's becoming so tiring and very annoying. Nigerians really are not happy with the current security situation. Right now, we'll go on a break. When we return, we'll tee up with our first discussion segment. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
ITV.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living.
What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're well.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is TMI. We're diving into the state of the nation. Current security situation between negotiation with terrorists or fighting these terrorists. Some states in Nigeria, they've tested both. The fourth, from what they said, they couldn't really comprehend, they couldn't really surmount, they couldn't really cage the power of the terrorists, so they have to negotiate with them. And right now, terrorists are brandishing their weapons, walking here and there, up and down, just trying to make sure that there is peace between them and the locals. All right? Well, right now, we'll definitely start off with this particular discussion because Nigeria, as it is, as it stands, some are saying it's sitting on the keg of gunpowder. What do you feel about that? With me here in the studio, I have political analysts, political affairs commentators, and of course legal practitioners with me in the studio. Yes, Yeyomo Onajomo, thank you so much for coming.
Good morning, distinguished viewers. It's a privilege being with you, and thank you, and greetings to you all.
Barrister Greg Adaze, welcome.
Good morning, my viewers, and wishing thank you for your...
Is that Adaze or Odaze? Which is it?
It's Odaze.
Odaze. Oh, I keep confusing that name. Yeah.
Yeah.
And of course, Festus Ekinoyamedo, welcome. And join us virtually, it's Ahmed Mamadou all the way from the US. Thank you so much, Ahmed, for joining us virtually.
Thank you for inviting me, Wilson, and my greetings to the gentlemen on the panel and to your viewers in general.
All right. Right now, we'll go for a break. We'll be right back. Do not go away. We'll be right back. Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is TMI Sunday's edition. Well, you've seen my analysts. They are set to, share their own views and opinion. But after that, we're still going to hear from former local government chairman of Fego. Yes, Honorable Higariva, he is on standby. He also shares his own views and, of course, his own opinion on this particular discussion. Let me start off with Onajomo. Now, what do you feel about what is happening right now? Some are saying it's like Nigeria has been overrun by kidnappers, bandits, terrorists. Some are saying you don't call them kidnappers, don't call them bandits. They are all Boko Haram members. Take it up from there.
Yes, let's be realistic to ourselves. This whole level of insecurity, Nigeria is only reaping what they sow. It has been the generation of our leadership all these years. Because when you look at insecurity naturally, and you look at the kind of way we run our system, it has been an opposite reaction or generation by the action or inaction of our leaders. This issue of Boko Haram, the founder of Boko Haram, Muhammad Yusuf, Muhammad Yusuf was just a young youth in Borno, leading this Islamic sects, and some of all these leaders, some of all these leaders adopted these boys. It's like what our politicians they are doing today. You know they have their private talks. You understand? And if tomorrow those talks, those boys may enter force into banditry, kidnappers, and the rest of them, like this whole issue of kidnapping, it has gotten to Iowa here. Every day I listen to your radio, I used to hear they've been kidnapping people all around. And that tells you where the state has failed. Because if the security architecture cannot arrest this problem, that tells you there's a big problem in the security arrangement of the formation of the state. Because normally these are non-state actors. Whatever approach you're deploying, whether you're deploying kinetic approach or whether you're deploying non-kinetic approach. Maybe kinetic approach you could deploy involve brutal force, you understand, extermination and termination of others bandits. But the major aspect of it, the non-kinetic approach, that has to do with the social welfare and the economic well-being of the state, is not being taken care of. Whether you like it or not, if the economy continues to depreciate, and if every day what we are seeing today, things continue to happen that way, there's no way you can exterminate this insecurity. Because whether you like it or not, as a functioning government, money that are budgeted, whether infrastructural projects or anything, whether developmental facility, and these facilities are not being provided for, and this social welfare are not being provided for. You think other nations providing social welfare, you think those nations are stupid? They are not stupid. It is to reduce the level of criminality, because economy is a major factor of any society. Right. If your economy continues to depreciate, your economy continues to crumble, and it cannot meet up to the developmental expansionability of your stationary growth, that nation is bound to suffer from insecurity, because you cannot meet the appropriate generation for the expansionability of the growth.
So you are linking this to the economy.
The economy is one, leadership is another one.
Okay,
too.
all right. I'll come back to you. Barrister, you heard him.
Yes.
Please take it up from where he stops. Talked about the founder of Boko Haram. Though it's late right now, it's like the seed is planted is serving this great nation. Take it up from there.
Yes, in his conversation, he's actually trying to make us to know that leadership, bad leadership, economic, seem to be the factors responsible for this insurgents and banditry in the country. On my own perspective, it's part of it. It's not entirely, it's part of it. But on my own perspective, we really wish to narrow the problem to the fact that this country is a plural society, in the sense that the issue of ethnicity, that is where I'm going to drive my point, that the country is made up of over 250 ethnic groups, and the issue of these persons, they have different faiths, these different ethnic groups, they have different practices and religion. Just for example, some are saying they are against Western education. Just imagine, they are clamoring for their own religion. Here you now see some persons that are clamoring for their own state.
But Islamic religion comes state.
Yes.
Okay.
They don't want to be fundamentalists. They don't want to see Christians. And this is the endemic problem in this country. This is the matter that has not been addressed in this country. Ethnicity. And that is because so many of these ethnic groups, they are not comfortable with the federation. Because some of them also felt that in the scheme of things, they are not being carried along in terms of allocation of resources, the national cake. These are the reasons why you see reaction and counter reaction. So you see, if you go down memory lane, you see the reasons as at that time why states were being created was to cater for what? The interest of to cater for the interest of some persons, some ethnic group. But since the time of the military till date, no state had been, nobody is even talking about it. Because some persons are feeling that they are not comfortable. There should be, what I'm trying to say in a nutshell, there should be what? Focus on true federalism. There should be devolution of power, decentralization of power, so that each of the ethnic groups should be properly identified in the federation. And that is why you see some persons, they are against the Christians, or the other person is against the other religion. So that is...
All right. So you are saying ethnicity and religion.
Yes.
Your own volition about economy.
In addition to his own point.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. First off, you've heard the opening remarks. What's your opening remark for diving through the kernel of this particular discussion? We have lots of questions to peruse through to answer.
Mr. Wincy, why I'm not to support of what you said, but the truth is not far from it. I keep saying this in time and time over again. Whenever they want to fight us, they bring about religion, ethnicity. But when it is time to campaign, look for votes, they go around. They go to the mosque, they go to the church, they go to the African traditional worshiper. Everybody, they come together and produce a president. That time, no fighting. There is unity when they want power. No ethnicity then, no religion. If you observe carefully, there have been issues coming from the northern part of the country. And I want to tell you this thing today. Anything that has to do with North have always been a problem in the world. Go and check how North America is going. You can't compare them to other places, other regions in the America. Now, Nigeria as a country has not been able to identify what is needed to settle the Northerners. I'm going to call it a Northerner problem. A country where you have more than 10 million destitute Alibanjiris. You don't expect peace to be in that country. That's why at times I'll dock my cap for the former president of this country,
Jonathan.
He came out and he said, we are going to educate these people. He started building schools. Enlightenment was going on. We have a ministry in this country, even as an APC, I'll tell you, the Ministry of Orientation is dead. What are they doing to enlighten the community, the people? I'm an APC man, but we have to face the reality. We are having restlessness in Nigeria because these people that are called the evangelists are being taken care of by a group of people who can use them. If you've been to the north, there are places in the north you see one man taking care of 100, 200 individuals, homeless people. They come to his place to worship. They come to his place to eat.
Because government fee now.
When the meal close, they go there. The man now have power over them. And I've heard that said because government failed. No.
Yes.
The people that are failing in Nigeria is me and you. The president is a product from the citizen. I would say our clergy's faith first. I'm not talking about pastors alone, I'm not talking about imam. When I'm using the word clergy according to my own register, I'm talking about every worship center where you go and they are teaching you the principles of life.
Whether African religion, Muslim, Christian, all of that.
They've all failed. It is not, we keep ascribing this whole thing to government. I am the IG of police and I have my integrity. And I'll tell the president, this is how to win. This is what the president said, no, I'll resign. How many of them have done that?
Yes.
They don't. So I am not talking about the government today. I'm talking about me as an individual. Let's come back to this state. We are talking about Iowa. Now there is kidnapping, there is this in Iowa. And I want to use this opportunity to tell the state government to go and carry out research and check that it is an home breed problem.
Home breed?
Yes.
So the locals, is it the locals doing it?
I think 5 years ago, a friend of mine was kidnapped around this bypass here. After he was released, he said, are you aware there are Benin boys inside mixed with the Fulani?
Wow.
The problem is, we as a community, what are we doing to secure our place?
All right, you just raised a vital point. I'll come back to you first. Let's get to hear from Ahmed. Well, Ahmed, you've heard their opening remark. What's yours now? What do you feel about all this?
So let me thank you again, Wilson, for inviting me, and I've enjoyed the conversation so far, contending voices, illustrations from both sides. But let me add that a lot of if we need to blame anybody, beyond the economic problems that Nigeria is currently facing, there's also the pressure of let us call it the disbandment of a military state. A lot of people don't realize that Libya was a militarized state. It was militarized to the extent that every local government, every ward, if you had it, they had an armory. And so when that state collapsed, all these arms were dispatched into sub-Saharan Africa, West Africa, North Africa, etc., etc. And so a lot of these bandits who were starved of arms prior to this point now became possessed of small and medium-scale arms, which allowed them to continue their banditry unchecked. This coupled with the fact that we have a large unsecured border, probably one of the largest unsecured borders in West African sub-region, has allowed the influx of not just bandits and terrorists, but hooligans and vagrants of all manner and forms, which are primarily allowed to roam in the north. Not because the north has a poor settlement or like the other gentleman inferred that the religion allows it. No, it's simply because the factors there allow them to thrive more. Sometimes you can drive in the north for 2 hours in a local government and you will not come upon any reasonable settlement, unlike when you come to the south. If you drive between Benin and Auchi, for example, you will see a disbursement in that 3, 4, 5 hour drive. But some places in Sokoto, for example, you can drive 5, 6 hours and you will not see any major settlements. Now, let us take an example of what's that place called? Zambisa Forest, for example. Zambisa Forest can easily accommodate Osun State and take some part of Oyo State easily without any problems. Now, we are talking about how do you police, manage, and militarize those zones. It's very difficult. How does this affect the rest of the country? The other gentleman made a very good illustration of saying that a lot of crime is committed locally. Crime is generally found to be local. But we've come to a point where we've allowed our security forces to be mentally and physically lazy. As soon as anybody says, oh, it is Fulanis that did the crime, everybody just hands off. There's no investigation, there's no follow-up, there's no follow-through, the report is never made. And so these things are just left hanging in the air. There is a lot of Fulani crime, that must be granted. But primarily, because of those of us who have some idea of what security entails, most crimes are local. So you will not find somebody that will just come from Niger, for example, Niger State, for example, and just go into Auchi and start committing crime. No, there must be a local element, there must be local accomplices, there must be local assistance if such a thing is to be successful. Criminals don't want to be caught, they don't want to be executed, they want the good life. So when they come out in the form that they come out, there has to be assistance, there has to be insider information, and then there has to be... So all of these things are supposed to be addressed at the local level. They need to be investigated, they need to be followed through. But as soon as our people say, oh, it's Fulani headsmen, everybody just hands up and is like, oh, what are we going to do? The Fulanis have taken over. It's nonsensical, some of the things that happen in the country. This is not to say that there is no terrorism. This is not to say that it's not a problem. But there's also a lack of the willpower to follow through. There's a lack of proper investigation, and there's a lack of information. Now, there's citizen information, there's government information, and all of these things are supposed to come together to help in this fight. It's not something that we can all leave to the government. I, for one, have always been advocating that we've come to the point where the federal government needs to consider allowing private individuals to arm themselves. If it is not possible for the federal government to provide adequate security all over the country, then allow civilians to arm themselves. Allow them to protect themselves against all these untoward developments. Let me give you a very good example. If you remember when Minister Wike and the other naval man jammed themselves on that land in Abuja, the only reason there was no gunfire was because they were both armed. They knew that the first person to shoot may not be the person that will leave that place. So it was a complete balance of ammunition on both sides. If one person had made the mistake of cocking or firing his gun, nobody knows where it would have ended. That is the situation that we've come to in this country. We need to be able to arm ourselves so that if people come and they say, oh, I'm armed, then you don't know if I'm armed as well. It now becomes who is able to fire first. So it's a complex mix of things, but communication is the most important part of it.
All right. All right. I will come back to you, Ahmed. Give a vital point. Call them criminal elements. Talk about the proliferation of arms due to the fall of Libya. Things that are happening, trickling down to West African states, and Nigeria also is one of those countries that really is what hits as of now. Let's take a look at the situation. The north being ravaged and now it's trickling down to other parts of the country. Are you not saying that it has no or some religious coloration?
Yes, it may have some religious coloration, but it all boils down to because of our security as faith. Because if you look at the northern axis, the border is so easily accessed. These borders are not properly manned, whether official or unofficial borders, you understand? And that's why you see the high level of proliferation of these light arms, because they can easily transport all these arms to different parts. You understand? He said most of the catchment of these arms comes from Libya. No doubt about it. But what is the government doing to man those borders? Because I was asking myself, if you say some things about the government on Twitter or Facebook, you just see they can pick you up, they'll charge you for cyber stalking. But bandits are communicating, are negotiating.
Even posting online.
Even posting these things online. So why is the government finding it difficult to track these people? It's either you capture them, you exterminate them, or you terminate them. So why is the government finding it difficult? Because now we are all talking, this has to do with capacity. Nobody likes negotiating. If you know, if someone is being kidnapped, and you know before the states will get there, they might take his life. The only thing he's going to do is to negotiate. And this is where the state has failed, because the primary responsibility of any government is citizen protection and provision of welfare. Because the state needs to ask, needs to have capacity to defend the territory, because this force invading this country now, these are external force, because these are non-state actors confronting the state. So what is the right thing? Yes, the government has approved maybe 20,000 recruitment of army, police, and the rest of it. But the social welfare is one of the most critical aspects of it, because if you are recruiting more people, you have to take their welfare serious. You have to improve their welfare. I was listening to an interview by an ex-serviceman. The condition these people fight, you understand. When he was granting it, he was saying when they deployed them to Borno, whether in Dambu, one place like that, they went for a military operation, you understand, to repair or dislodge these Boko Harams. He said as soon as they get there, as soon as they come in contact with the attack, that's external fire, enemy fire, they were all returning those fires, and his rifles was jamming. On several occasions, these things are happening. He went to his commander and said, "Command, my rifle is jamming. When we were returning fire to this people." The commander said, you have to be servicing the rifle every morning. Will you go to fight Boko Haram or ISWAP that has a better weapon? We have to equip our army. We have to motivate them.
We're talking about over 600 million naira given out for equipping this particular set.
We have to.
Money was given. Weapons were bought.
That's where the corruption comes in, because this money that was budgeted for or allocated for, or this money that has been approved, where this money clearly followed according to the expenditure, the actual provisions that this money was meant to take care of, was it really taken care of? The people that are supposed to get,
are you not saying that the
money,
money was siphoned?
Let's be honest. You see servicemen, they complain that some of their superior pocket their money. Do you know the job the armed forces is doing? We just saw the way they assassinated Brigadier General Musa Uba. Enough respect, to the man. The man is an hero, you understand. He died for this country. It pains me. Before the Brigadier General is supposed to be the last man standing, definitely they must have gunned all the old troops down. Probably they must have run out of ammunition for them to get the brigadier. You understand? They call for the Air Force. The Air Force did not get there on time. And you see the way they capture all Brigadier General. It's really painful. The government needs to do more for the armed forces, because they protect the territorial integrity of this nation. Without the armed forces, Nigeria cannot be a nation. Let's be honest to ourselves. Because the armed forces is the guide of this nation. And we need laws. Laws have to function. We are a democratic society. We need to do things. If we want to be like America, if we're saying yes, we need to copy the good side of democracy, because the kind of federalism we run is a black market federalism. Let's tell ourselves the truth. This constitution is part of our problem, because this constitution, to me, it's not a people-oriented constitution. It was not a constitution. It was not the constitution. It was not the constitution that the people sat down and agreed and say, yes, this is our document. This constitution was given to. This constitution was given to us by the former military government. So we need a people-oriented constitution that could fight the contemporary challenge we face. For any nation to be a great nation, the institution must be up and running. The institution must protect the integrity of the constitution, because your loyalty is to the constitution. Your loyalty is not to any man; it's to the provisions. It's to the provisions of the constitution, because the constitution is supreme. And that's why the constitution is there. Because if you violate the provisions of the Constitution, you are subjected to criminal investigation and criminal prosecution.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Inajomo. Well, right now we want to take a break to allow one of our other guests to come in to really share his own opinions and views because we have so much to talk about. But we've heard his comment. He talked about the Constitution, talking about the gunning down of a general. That was a huge loss to Nigeria. I mean, it's like it was so painful, general. And these guys, they did it and they posted it. How come they were not tracked? How come nobody was able to trace anything? But to be like, you know, normal circumstance situation, they can trace and capture you, apprehend you. How come no one has been brought to book yet? Anyway, we'll take a break to continue with this discussion when we return. Don't go away.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is TMI. Yes, security situation of the country between negotiating and fighting terrorism. That is like the crossroad we are in right now. Joining us right now in the studio, Introduce him already. He wasn't present then. Former chairman of your local government, political analyst, political affairs commentator. Join me to welcome Honorable Ehi Igariba. It's a pleasure to have you join us this morning.
Thank you for having me, Wilson, and happy Sunday, viewers.
All right, now let's get to hear from you now. What do you feel about all of this? I believe you're following the trend of discussion because before on Ajomo left, he talked about some person being picked because of what they posted online. It could be Facebook, WhatsApp, any social media platform. But these terrorists, they will do the same, post an execution. Still, nobody has ever brought any one of them to book by simply tracing where the video originated from. What is really going on?
Well, I think at this point, we need to work on our security modus operandi. We need to look very critically at how we can modernize, because it's obvious we are not using modern communications equipment at the moment. And this is having grave or adverse effects on what we're able to do, in terms of securing our people and our, land. And more importantly, our intelligence gathering is defective. And this is largely also due to our preference for alignment to our primordial sentiments, such as religious belief and tribal sentiment, as against being nationalistic. So the tendency is the people you want to term as perhaps even, let's use Boko Haram as a case study, they are not like individuals that drop from the sky. Many of them coexist with citizens in their local communities, and they just go out there, do what they have to do and come back. So they are shielded by members of this local community. They know them very well. So when people, let me take it to another level. When people talk about state policing without mentioning local government policing, I think there's a disconnect there, because the state just cannot do the job if the federal cannot do it. You know, you must deepen it to the barest and to the local people. That's where intelligence gathering will come from, because all of our security challenges we are having now are local to communities for the most part. Those are the forests are in communities over there, and these have to be supervised, investigated at the local government level before information, when it overwhelms them or seems like it probably will overwhelm them, then the state comes in. When the state is unable to, then they seek federal assistance. So they've got to be at least 2 lower layers to our security architecture. And I am still a little bit at a loss as to why we haven't responded to the security challenges that we have. It's been my clamor since the time of General Buhari that we evolve a team to specifically to combat internal security challenges that we have. You see, when the United States had 9/11, in response to that was the creation of Homeland Security. You know, they had to create a Department for Homeland Security. The imbalance, if you will, or the challenges that we have at the moment is that our police force, we are trained to maintain law and order on the one hand. Our military were trained to ward off external aggression. But now this aggression is internal on the one hand and beyond the maintenance of law and order. So what do? You need to strike a balance. You need a special team that is trained to handle this kind of situation. Presently, we don't have a team. Our military are not trained to handle internal aggression. Neither are our police force trained to handle like terrorism, insurgency, or militancy. They don't have the equipment to act at that level.
You're talking about another force altogether.
We need to recreate a new force to deal with our, we need to have a counter-insurgency, militancy team to handle this. They have to be specially trained. And again, you need to do a proper reorientation of the mind, because the way that people get into the police force and Nigerian military here is through who knows you, unquote. Therefore, it's not because they have that nationalistic yearning that got them there. It's because someone favored them, and that's why they are there. Therefore, if I'm a Benin man, for instance, I'm a GOC, and we have military challenges here, you think I'm going to command my people to turn arms on Benin people? I will not do that. It's going to be a big challenge for me. You know, so most of the military commandants that they have, they are compromised emotionally. They are leaking information out to prevent their people, as they see it, from being killed. So they need to evolve a new strategy. This strategy is not going to work because these people were not trained initially for this purpose of counterinsurgency, militancy, or terrorism.
All right. Well, you've heard him talking about creating a new force, and the emergent factor that Jonathan tried his best to really train. It's like, I don't know, the more you kill these people, it's like the number just keep on increasing. How are they getting them?
Yes, Honorable Yegareva have really spoken well. Yes, the issue with our security agencies is not the way they go about some of these things of handling this security situation. By going by negotiation, it's not really the best. That's why he was saying the modus operandi. You don't negotiate with criminals like what happened in Kwara State. So soon after they have, we thank God that the people were released, but the approach of the method they used was not the proper one. You see, soon after they were released, some days after, another set of persons were also what? Kidnapped. It's like they are not compounding the situation. How will you negotiate with criminals? So it's not the best way to go. So we are calling on the federal government to reorganize our security system and intelligence gathering and cooperation. And if possible, the federal government of Nigeria could also, that is the reason you relate with other nations, cooperation, security cooperations, partnership. If we cannot do it, this issue of security is very paramount. The government cannot be, they cannot sleep. There is no issue that they can play with. Calling for external support, foreign support, is not an offense. Because they can assist us. The rate of killings in Nigeria, abductions in Nigeria is too much. It's alarming. It's disturbing. So we are not comfortable. We don't even know where we are going in this country. No, as we speak in this country, no state is even free. No part of the country. Apart from the north, we are saying, it's not everywhere, terrorism. So they can source for external support to come and assist us.
Okay. All right. He says, so for external support, he's talked about a special force. He said no to negotiations also. Don't forget the emergency factors. That's what Jonathan tried to crack, but he did not succeed because he was given serious backlash by these same people who was trying to reorientate.
Let me start from what my leader said. Creating a new security outfit, talking about the state and local government policing. I guess I'm a person that is against state policing because we are in a country where if you understand what happened during a local government election, you can relate it vis-a-vis with state policing. If a governor can use vigilante when conducting a local government election and flood the whole process, what do you think will happen when we have a state police? I've sat and asked myself, let's assume we're having a state police, and this group of men enter the office or maybe the building where you have a state police. They enter there, they can take over everything. Whatever we are having today, the problem we're having is going to start from compromising. My brother from the virtual said, I was coming from Libya. And I just chuckled because I have a different opinion about this whole thing. The armored vehicle, is that not from Libya? What about the tank? The rocket propeller and all, where are they coming from? The issue is this. We have custom, we have immigration officers that don't work. And at times I just look at the president and say, this man is sleeping on what? I'm an APC man, but let's be frank. You see terrorists displaying arms. The next thing you are supposed to do is to summon all security chiefs. The question is, explain to me how did this thing enter this country? We're talking about porous border. We have people that are mounting our borders. So if the border is porous, then we should check those people that are mounting the border. That's why I keep telling people, the problem of this country is me and you. Though I believe there are political undertones, the issue is this. You pay 50 million for ransom, 1 billion for ransom, 200 million for ransom. People are making money out of kidnapping. You think it's going to stop? No. We almost wake up as humans and say, let's say no to kidnapping. How are we going to do this? I should be fair enough to speak the truth. I should be fair enough in my duty. If I am an army officer, if I'm asked to secure this place, I'll do it as a nationalist, as a man that have the value of this country. I guess it was my leader that said, or him, he said, while we are recruiting people, they don't have this nationalist orientation. They don't believe in the country. This country is a country where a man inside his house will call and say, 50 people on my care, I'm going to put them for army. He will be loyal to him. The other one will call, police they recruit now, okay, I'm sending in 8 lists.
These people will believe that their success as human is attached to Wincy, who make the call for them. Let me tell you what happened. 2010, I applied for the ASP Cadec. After filling the form, I was supposed to meet a chief, meet the local government. The first place I went to, a story came. The man begins to bend it. Oh, just do it like this. Go and do this, go and do this. You just go to trading. No need for the form that they use. I went back home, dumped my file. Because I think as an individual, I don't want to be loyal to you. You can't use me. That was about 15 years back. So these things happen in this country because some people don't believe in
Nigeria. Okay. All right. Now let's go to Ahmed. You get to see this guy brandishing weapons. You get to see this guy brandishing the rocket launch. I was fortunate to see a clip. This terrorist was handed a particular sophisticated rocket launcher, and he made it clear to us that they didn't seize it from the military. He never told us where they got it from. He said, this is not what we seized from the military. This is our own. How come these weapons are entering the country? Ahmed.
So let us de-escalate the rhetoric a little bit. There's none of the weapons that these terrorists are using that is out of the ordinary. Beyond the normal AK-47, what you have in that picture is a rocket-propelled grenade. So you call the other weapons, basically, these weapons are common from the terrorists to the military, etc., etc. You cannot get anything higher than a general purpose machine gun, what some people call a machine gun. So that's the height of it. But what we are saying is that beyond the porosity of our borders, beyond the lack of manpower, it's easy to direct our anger and frustration towards the federal government. But the truth is that we are undermanned, we are understaffed, and we are unprepared for the fight of the insurgency. Now, imagine where you have a snake that is hydra-headed, a multi-headed snake. As soon as you cut one head, it brings out 2 or 3 other heads in different places. That's the same thing that happened with Boko Haram. When Boko Haram splintered, you now have about 3 or 4 offshoots of the original Boko Haram. This is non-conventional warfare. It's difficult for the federal government to fight on conventional warfare. It's difficult for a conventional army to fight a non-conventional force. They hardly ever win. So this is where things like negotiation comes in. Whether you like it or not, the primary responsibility of any government should be the safety of lives of its people. And if it means negotiating with local bands of terrorists to secure the lives of the people, I'm all for it. But what happens after the negotiation is what is more important, because some of those are tools for reintegration, they are tools for addressing the grievances, and they are also tools for allowing the government to be able to come back and understand what these people are actually fighting for. Now, to say, for example, Boko Haram became what it was, not just because there was political participation, but because the areas it was largely undeveloped, largely unsecured, and largely illiterate population that was prone to easily being influenced by the ideology that was completely wrong. Call it what it is. So to use the Boko Haram as an example and then expand it all over the country, you have pockets of insurgency, you have pockets of terrorism, not just in the north where it started from now. It has spread all the way down to the south, the east, and the west. How does this happen? There's the invitation of anarchy, there's the invitation of a unified force. So when these people are there, some kind of uniformity in ordinance. So there's uniformity in chaos, put it that way. There's uniformity in chaos, there's the undermining of the society because the youth having not found any way to engage themselves properly. Look at some of these groups as places where they can further their lives. It is wrong. The federal government needs to step in a lot of these places and bring knowledge to the people, not just how are we going to crush it, but how do we get the local people that are involved? Because the locals themselves are also victims of the insurgents. You'd say the locals are not helping the government, for example. When they come out and offer information, their own lives are at stake. Their families' lives are at stake. They are terrorized. They are pushed out of their locality. and they are also victims. So it's a complex problem that doesn't need just pointing of fingers, but we all need to come, sit together and understand the best way to fight this insurgency, and negotiation being one of the tactics. I'm not against it at all.
All right, thank you so much. Well, Honorable Garba, you heard him. He said if negotiations on the taxes is not against it, after all, 14 local governments in the northern region of Nigeria, from what they are saying right now, living in peace with terrorists. You get to see them coming to parties with their gun straps around their shoulders. As a serious strapping, they go there, they spray money, they dance, they enter their bikes, and they go back. Should we start negotiating with them right now?
Well, on a personal note, I do not support negotiation with terrorists. And that is owing to the fact that as a very young boy, perhaps about 10 years or so, I had watched the Israeli raid on Entebbe to free Israeli hostage that were taken, by some people. And that left a huge impression on a forever impression on my mind on what countries can do for their citizens. In a far distant land, how, for the first time you had the plane refueling in the mid-air just to go get those people. These are times where technology was limited, but they were driven by patriotism and nationalist feelings that our people cannot be held hostage anywhere in the world under any circumstances. We're going to storm there, we're going to get them out, no matter what it will cost. The commandant of that operation, Yoni, was killed. I shed tears as a little boy. So, when you negotiate, you embolden other ones. That is the implication. And we have a huge challenge. I must be frank, I really feel for President Bola Tinubu. Why? Before he's coming into government, we've had a huge challenge, and one of them he solved by taking out the fuel subsidy, because it will appear that Nigeria was supplying fuel to all of Nigeria and all of Nigeria's neighbors. So the same thing now we run, when you say open border, the open border is like, there's really no clear-cut demarcation. If you go to, we have about 7 of our northern states that have borders with some of those countries in the Sahel. And it is obvious that the security challenges in the Sahel flowing from Libya and the rest, led to armed proliferation, and most of them found themselves into our climb, on the one hand. Then two, those open borders have led to a lot of intermarriages, such that there are people who live in Nigeria and work in Niger Republic and vice versa. They do business and, they're just coexisting as though they're in one community, even though they're supposed to be a border. But this border demarcation has never really been enforced.
It's so blur right now.
Yes, really not. It's not existing, just on paper, so to speak. And it's a long span. It's only comparable to what President Trump had to painstakingly do with Mexico, where he said, look, we need to build a wall, because he saw that, look, these people will overwhelm our infrastructure, our economy, and defeat the aim of our planning if we just maintain an open border with Mexico. All of Latino countries will troop in here. That is the grave situation Nigeria is in at the moment. Then, if you listen to our former governor and senator now, Comrade Adams Oshomole's testimony, and the testimony of several other people who should know, they've also talked about how foreign nationals sneak into our country to come and cut away our solid minerals that are being mined in several states in the north. And in return, they give these people weapons and food. That's why we see all these sophisticated weapons, RPGs and the rest, so that they can ward off Nigerian military and locals, so that those planes can land or choppers can land to cut away their loot. It's been age-long. There's been hues and cries about it, but unfortunately, we do not even have the military strength to secure all of Nigeria. The most cheering news I've heard of late is the president giving a marching order that there should be resumption of the forest guard. They should move into the forest and try to see what they can do. More so, they should employ more forest guards on the one hand, and secondly, to imagine that our police force, they should bring in as many as, is it 20,000?
30,000.
30,000 new. That would be the largest ever in Nigeria's history, which shows seriousness on the part of the president, which shows intent that he wants to do something about it. The recalling of VIP protection units to come back into the police force is also a major move. So, But now what we need to do is we need modern equipment. And I have to side with my great brother here when he said a country like Russia, in their war with Ukraine, at certain times they had to use mercenaries. When the situation is grave, they are military contractors who can take on these individuals as a job. You know, it's never a problem for you to own up to the fact that we are being overwhelmed, but I must protect my citizens. President Goodluck Jonathan did it. You know, when he moved the elections by 6 weeks and had to bring in mercenaries to ensure that they stabilize the certain parts in the north for elections to hold in those areas. You know, so I think we're at that point, though the president has given instruction that there should be like like a concise, training program so that they are made ready to do their duties as quickly as possible. But I still insist we need local securities at not just the state level. I also want to quickly allay the fear of my co-discussant and younger brother about the fact that you cannot trust the governors. If you can trust one man with the security of the entire country to appoint all the service chiefs, the inspector general of police, even the chief judge of the country, I mean, you have to also now cut some governors some slack. But the difference is to checkmate governors. There must be full autonomy for the local governments, and the elections must be conducted by INEC. That's the only leverage at the moment. If the elections are conducted by INEC, just like the governor, like the president, then we can have local government police, state police. And I don't think all of the governors are irresponsible too. Maybe just a few, but again,
maybe just a few.
Yeah, but a president can also choose to misuse the military. So if we can let the president, we can cut the president as slack, we just have to somehow trust those we have elected as governors and also as local government chairmen to protect lives and property at their various cadre of government.
Thank you so much, Honorable Yegariba. Now, two contrasting points right now. Ahmed said, look, if it's to negotiate, it's working in some part of the north. Why not negotiate as long as lives and property are, preserved? Honorable Yegariba said, no, that if you choose to negotiate, you are making other splinter group to become more emboldened, so to speak, to carry out the first activities, at least to open doors for the government to come negotiate with them. And that brings to mind what Gumi said. Put them in the budget. Whose budget? We'll talk about that after this break. Don't go away.
ITV, certainly the best.
between negotiating and fighting terrorism, which way in Nigeria? Let's get to hear from Barrister Greg. Well, Greg, you've heard Honorable Egariba, and of course Mahmoud Ahmed. Ahmed said it's good to negotiate if it's going to bring about peace, while Honorable he said, no, if you do that, you'll be emboldening other sects to make things worse. And Sheikh Gumi said, if America should come and attack you to make things worse, that the way out is to put these bandits, terrorists in our budget. And I'm asking, whose budget?
It's okay.
Yes.
First, let me react to the issue of negotiation.
Yes.
Although, when I was also making comment, I also made my position clear that although we are happy that the victims were rescued alive, but that is not to say that the method they use is a good one by negotiating with them. If possible, giving them money and all of that. We see the outcome in Kwara State, where I mentioned it, that after some of them were released, a couple of days, what happened thereafter, they strike again. You see, in other ways, like you are empowering them. So we will not accept that method. That is why I was not calling that the federal government can even call for experts, even go in and foreign. I mentioned that area.
To get mercenaries.
Yes. It's not, that is the reason why you have corporations. You sign an agreement with other nations and you relate with other countries. What you cannot do. That is the reason, because the issue of security is very, very important. People are dying every day in this country. So the government have to be very proactive by all means. You can invite other countries to come in, to come and assist. So that is for that. The issue, like what I mentioned earlier again, even Honorable he also made reference to it. We are talking about federalism. True federalism. You see, the proponent of federalism, the major proponent, Casey Ware, is the father of federalism. You see, what is it all about? What were they looking at for that system of government? We are looking at where power is being shared between the central and the units, or the components. Between the central, in other words, and the regional world governments. So in that, in Nigeria, and we say that such system of government is perfect for a country where there are different ethnic groups. Get the foundation, a system that match, practicable, feasible for a country with mixed religions like Nigeria. That is why we are operating that system. And we are not following the tenets, the principle of federalism. Because, as I mentioned earlier, this is a country made up of over 250 ethnic groups, different languages, different background, different culture in one country. Each of these persons, individuals in the same country, they are clamoring for their own identity, recognition in the scheme of the federation. So, by that, you create more states to recognize such people. That's why you see some of the agitation of these persons, some of them have also agitated, they want to have their own sense of belonging. Local governments, so that these people will be properly identified in the scheme of things. You see, Nigeria will be, we are talking about unity in diversity. We are calling for unity in diversity. Because we are not, we are different. So how can we live together? How can we coexist? How can we manage the situation? Because the feedback is that that's why you see insecurity, insurgents, disturbance. Because the equation is not balanced. since the time of the military till date, no state have. What is the essence of creation of state? It's to handle the fear of the minority.
All right.
It's to protect their interests. It's to accommodate them for progress and what? And even development and peace.
So you're saying no to negotiation. That's the borderline you're trying to, like, you know,
It's
fine.
not even an option.
But they're doing it in the north. And they're saying it's working for them.
You see, that is what led us to where we are. Compounding the security situation. I said in the course of negotiating, in the table, the terrorist may say, money. What will you now do? You pay them money. You see what will happen next. Example, you see what happened in Kwara State.
All right.
Who know what backfired there? What must have instigated, escalated the situation in that place?
Okay. Let's get to hear from Festus. You heard them.
Barrister, I want to actually ask this thing. Is it an identity war, or these people are trying to finish what the late Usman started? Let's conquer these people. Because you look at what is happening. They come like headers. They start moving with their cattle. Before you know, they come again like illegal immigrants.
Somebody saying you don't need Christians.
I'm coming, sir. That's what I'm saying. It's not an identity
somebody
war.
saying that I don't want Christians. I don't want Western education.
So it is not because
they don't
they
show a
need
background,
identity.
different background of that person.
Barrister, it is not because
Look
they
at the
need their own
foundation.
identity.
Somebody is saying that
The problem is not because they need their own state. The problem is because they are these people. And the government have not been able to serve them what they need. True federalism will be okay, yeah, it's okay. But let's go back to where we are now, where locals negotiate through the local government with bandits and they are living in harmony. So if we still have the same true federalism, that's the same thing that will be happening. You know why? These people, I'm not going to say they are cowards, but they believe they are my people. They have this sympathy for them. The reason why we are still resisting them and we'll keep doing it is because we don't have value for them the way they think they don't have value for us. But within the Northerners, they accommodate them. There was a story I read on Facebook how Boko Haram came, kidnapped people, they left, and the community woke up one morning, go back and kidnap the family member of those Boko Harams. And they said, you release, we release, and you must release first. That is to say, they are living with the same people. It is not the government that compound this problem. It is not because of economic hardship or whatever. What happened is this. We as individuals, we hate them. It happens also in our state here, where we know that this person is a bad person. Whenever he does evil, we will hide him in our house. We've seen situations like that. And whatever evil we hate as an individual, at times come back to us. When the Ogege matter happened, I found out that these people were moving down to Welu, and I told myself, this is where I do my business. Ogege not be Welu. I have to start making calls. Alpha, where you there? No, now come on. We have to stand and say, well, I'm going to form a block. You don't cross it. That is what we need in our country. You as an individual, stand up for your society. First, you must start from your community. I'm not going to say I'm fighting for Nigeria, my community, I'm not fighting for it. Where I live becomes my community. Where I'm doing my business becomes my community. So it is not about, we need to create more states. No. It's not about the state. They have the ideology like what he said. Western education, we don't need it. That's why I said the National Orientation Agency is not working. These people, they train them through assimilation. They make them to assimilate what they think is right. Don't forget, I started by telling you, Alimanjiris is the #1 problem. A woman will give birth in the street of the north, no home. Then one man will go there and pick the child and begin to nurture that child. I'm going to tell the child no to Western education. If you are not a Muslim, you're not infidel. The boy is going to grow with that mentality.
he's not a Muslim, he's an infidel, then I can kill this person. And in the Quran, they will open it for them. Where they tell you in the Quran that this person that is not a Muslim is an infidel. They have been tutoring this child. And you're going to tell me,
but this same Quran also is against killing.
I said, as at this morning, I watched an episode where a man said more than 10 places in the Quran said, kill the infidel. Is it two Quran?
But we still have some Muslims that do not really abide by that particular rule.
The issue is, who are those changing the narrative? State ought to have their orientation agency. While they are broadcasting theirs, you as a state, you are coming up and telling the people through the radio, the television, the social media, this is what we stand for. Who is talking about one Nigeria again in this country? Who is talking about one Nigeria? So the problem is not just federal. Let's come back to our state. We have state governors that collect security vote, and some of them are doing nothing. It took Obelo to say, Edo State Corps, I'm going to form them. In the first 6 months, he wiped out courtesan. And if you are not aware, let me say it on air. There is war against kidnapping, and results are coming out already in Edo State. So what we need is the state governors should wake up. Like what my leader said, the local governors, the local government chairman, they should also wake up. You cannot tell me you are the local government chairman of local government A, and something is happening in your local government, you are sleeping. You should go and sleep in the government house. The government should wake up and see you and say, what's happening? What are you doing here? There is fire in my community. My local government, we are not sleeping. What is happening? You bring facts. Then, let's go back to the security agency. Someone said it, I can't remember, said, when you give information out to them, at times, you're going to be at risk. Because they're going to leak the information. Then, let the governor sit down, and I think Obelo can do well on this. There should be an information channel straight to the government house. This one is, I'm not going to meet the commission, I'm not going to meet the DPO, I'm not going to meet the local government chairman. There should be a channel where if I am to give out security information as an individual, I go straight to the government house and drop the information without the information being leaked. We can do more. We are talking about 21st century. We need 21st century security weapons, architects. What about these same people that keep saying, Mona come out, military they come? If those architects fall in their hand, I'm going to have it.
All right. Good question. Lots and lots of questions. You're saying no also to negotiation. Anyway, if you take a look at our country right now, you get to realize that many persons are not happy. Majority of Nigerians are not happy about the current security situation. Some are saying it has a political undertone. Others are saying no, it has gone beyond politics. It might just be that someone is manipulating the country to disintegrate. How true is this, Ahmed?
That is also an interesting question, but let me quickly disabuse the mind of the viewers from what the last gentleman speaker said. There is nowhere in the Quran where you are advised to go and kill infidels. That is false. It's completely false. Islam is a religion of peace. There are, however, terrorists and miscreants, as well as, how should we call them? Fanatics in every religion. Now, you see, the fanatization of Islam does not necessarily mean it is given the imprimatur by Muslims or by the Quran. Those are things that should be separated. Now, to understand some of the things that have happened, it's not just to label it as a religious uprising. The speaker also pointed out the fact that if you use Boko Haram as an example, the first people they terrorized were people in their own local communities who were Muslims like them. So that puts a light to the fact that they were just terrorists, either religious terrorists or so. The foundation of that terrorism was the local communities themselves. And if they were surrounded by Muslims, it only goes to reason that the people that they first terrorized were Muslims like themselves. So some of these narratives need to be broadened. We need to look at the truth. The idea that Fulanis, for example, are only Muslims is entirely false. There are Christians who are Fulanis. There are also non-believers who are Fulanis, and they are all terrorists. So a terrorist is a terrorist. When you talk about religious terrorism, that is something else to be discussed entirely. But we have terrorists, we have bandits, we have local arms dealers, and we have these pockets who have spread all over the country. They need to be looked at and they need to be stopped. Now, I'm sorry, I lost the track of your question. If you want to throw it again to me at Wilson, please.
All right, now, the question is this. Some of the opinion that somehow, some way is mapping the disintegration of Nigeria because of these terrorist activities. Now, what do you have to say about that particular allusion?
So there is so much involved in the act of terrorism that is possible. That's one of the possible scenarios. Like the other gentleman, the Honorable, I think, pointed out, if you look at the terrorism that is executed in the north central states, for example, that is based primarily on the fact that there's a lot of illegal mining that is going on there. That's one sort of terrorism. So they are using terrorism and the scare tactics to frighten the locals away and to repel security forces from coming to investigate. That can also be put under terrorism. If you look at the Southeast, there's what you will call terrorism, but some of them will call freedom fighters. We saw that in South Africa. They are saying they want secession. There's a certain amount of terrorism because as soon as you tell people that they should not go out on Mondays and their movement is restricted, you are terrorizing them. Terrorism is essentially the use of force to prevail on people your own ideology. So you have that going on. At a point in time, it was also rampant in the Southwest, where they too were also talking about secession. It was terrorism it was disguised terrorism, where they were saying they wanted the Odua states and so on and so forth. Then you have the actual terrorism in the Northeast and then the North Central and so on and so forth. So there's also the element of politics. There's the element of local conflict. There's the element of ethnicity. There's definitely the element of religion. And there's the element of trying to pull different parts of the country together. Because when you fracture the country, of course, there's somebody that is going to gain from that. What is it that they are looking for? It's possible they are looking for mineral resources. It's possible that they are looking for. There was even a study in the US not too long ago. And let me illustrate this quickly. They said that the Third World War is likely going to be fought over water resources, freshwater resources. Where is the last hope of fresh water in the world right now? It's Africa. In most of our villages, you can just go to the backyard, dig a hole, and you can drink the water that comes out of it. Most of the developed world currently uses recycled water. So there's this anticipation that if there's even going to be a third world war, it's likely going to be about simple things like drinking water, mineral resources, etc., etc. So it's possible that there is also a faction that is interested in the collapse of the country just to balkanize it and be able to pillage and move the resources wantonly.
Interesting, quite interesting. Well, right now, you've heard it because probably propounding this theory that XYD will happen before election, Nigeria will be no more and all that. Some saying that these are just the telltale signs. So how can President Bola Ahmed Tinubu prevent this from happening? Because take a look at the North. Some of them are falling into the hands of these terrorists. All in the name of negotiation. They marry between them, they marry among themselves, they party, they kidnap among themselves. So it's crazy. How can Mr. President really handle this? I'm saying Mr. President is overwhelmed. How true is this theory of Mr. President being overwhelmed by the security situation? Is he losing it finally?
No, I don't think. Not I don't think. I know the president is not overwhelmed. And in my opinion, he's handling it excellently, given the fact that we already have an existing security structure in terms of our numerical strength, in terms of our weaponry, and in terms of the orientation.
But they have weapons also.
Yes,
so they have superior firepower than our military.
I'm coming to that. And that is part of, you see, he did some very deft political move when President Trump, had made a statement about Christians being killed, and very, smartly had sent a delegation to interface with the top echelon of the U.S. military and present facts before them to the extent that, yes, it is true Christians are being killed, but not in isolation, and that we have a larger security challenge which encompasses both religion, whether you're a Christian or Muslim or even practitioners of other faiths. And therefore, we do need help, right? But these are inherited situations. For instance, if you talk about the open border situation, the first move the president made was to call in his service chiefs and dismiss them and bring in new service chiefs on board, gave them marching orders, followed by further instructions for the massive recruitment of military personnel and police force personnel. Also, the fact that the forest guard, which was either to perhaps comatose or inactive, have been activated, and they've also been told that they must immediately commence employment. But the only advice I want to give to the president is that we also need to look at the ways that people are being employed, the methodology. You know, it must not be the usual one of people submitting names from left, right, center. We need the younger ones in the street there who are moved by nationalist tendencies to enlist into the military, to the police or paramilitary. It should not be people who just want to assert influence, and for that reason you just put 50 names and put there, of people who are not even wanting to be in the force, but for them it's just another means of employment.
You just hold on. I want to go for a break. When we return, you continue with your line of thought. We'll be right back after this break. Don't go away.
For one.
How can we really get out of this? Analysts, seasoned analysts, speaking their mind, talking straight from the heart and how, and you know, when do they really feel we can get out of this? I'm not saying Mr. President is overwhelmed. I'm not saying no, he has the master plan. People like talking, complaining, whining bitterly because of the security situation. Well, Honorable Yegariba, you have just a minute because each one of us have 1 minute here to summarize our point because of time factor, the way out of this quagmire, because definitely it's a more than sticky situation.
Okay, I'll just conclude on the last point I was making.
All right.
That the new recruitment process should be devoid of unnecessary and unpatriotic influences by people who want to hijack the process to just give job to the boys. It should be, the employment should be for those who really have the tendency to support Nigeria in this quest to end this fight. Again, I'm also going to call on the president, whom I believe is doing so well. He should consider getting more helicopters. Helicopters.
But this guy, they have anti-plane helicopter.
Now we are talking
weapons.
of the kidnappers.
Okay.
The kidnappers that are hindering movement along our highways.
Right.
We should consider, and also we should also as against or to complement roadblocks. I do not believe in roadblocks because people can sight where you are from a distance and bypass you. We should do more security patrols and get more vehicles to do patrols so that you are not positioned in one place whereby the people can map you out and know where you are and know how to avoid you. You should just be around, move around, and the choppers provide intelligence for those who are on the ground so that that will help, I believe, very greatly.
Thank you so much, Honorable here. Well, Barrister Greg, 1 minute.
On my part, I'm calling on the presidents and the governors of different states to rise up to the security challenges, because the citizens are already losing hope because of the insecurity, the killings. So the primary responsibility of the government is to secure the properties and the life of the citizens.
All right.
So we are urging the government, they can even go for foreign support at this time.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
My position.
Well, comrade.
You said I was against negotiation. Let me say this: Nigeria has failed insecurity-wise, so negotiating now is not bad. Meanwhile, I think state governments can do more. You can't collect security vote and just begin to sit down and look. The workload that has to do with security is not, it shouldn't rest on that of the president. We see what the governor is doing on Edo State Corps. And that reminds me, we have started seeing the Edo State Corps hanging out with policemen, collecting to 200, 500 along the way.
That'll be a talk for another day. That'll be a talk for another day. Well, Ahmed, you have the last line on this discussion. 1 minute, summarize your point, the way forward.
Again, I insist that negotiation shouldn't be taken off the table. The idea that negotiation as a single tool for reducing terrorism is entirely wrong, because negotiation is not only the act of physically exchanging money for victims. It's because military solution hasn't been the complete solution. It reduces the cost of war. It encourages negotiation and surrender. Amnesty can be given. So I believe all options available, including negotiation, must be pursued to their logical conclusion.
Thank you so much, Ahmed Mamadou, for that wonderful opinion. I appreciate you. Barrister Greg, I thank you. And of course, Honorable Festus, thank you so much for being here. Well, let's keep on watching, hoping, praying, fighting, negotiating against terrorism, whatever works, because Nigerians are really tired. Man, we are tired. We'll do it again next week, some other time, God willing. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living.
What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Hello there, thank you for joining us on this special interview series on independent television. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. Our guest today on the program is the Ambassador of the European Union to Nigeria and ECOWAS. As a matter of fact, the Ambassador of the European Delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS, His Excellency Ambassador Gauthier Mignon. Thank you for obliging us your time.
Thank you very much for your kind invitation, sir.
Okay, how would you describe your presence in Benin so far? Is this your first time in Benin City?
Actually, it's my second time, but I came in a private visit the first time because I hadn't presented my credentials yet to Mr. President, so I could not engage officially by the time. So this time it's the first official visit. And I came really with an intention to see how, to review the cooperation we are having with Edo State and to try to see how we can scale it up. But I took the opportunity to visit yesterday to participate to a private preview of the Museum of West African Arts here in Edo State, which is a project I already saw last year when I came first to Benin City.
Also, so how would you describe the level of partnership between the European Union and, of course, Nigeria, and particularly Edo State?
Well, with Nigeria, the European Union, together with its member states and its development banks, what we call Team Europe, I think is the first partner, is Nigeria's first partner in many, many areas, in trade and investment in particular, and also in cooperation in many areas. And we have 730 million euros in grants for bilateral cooperation with Nigeria between 2041 and 2027, plus also sizable amounts of loans, subsidized loans. And with Edo State, we've had good cooperation in several areas. I'm thinking in particular of support to migration governance and support to stranded migrants returning to Nigeria, and many of them are from Edo State. And in the last few years, we supported more than 23,000 people to come back and reintegrate into their communities nationally, and many of them in Edo State, just to name an example. So voilà, we think we can do more in other areas. We're also working in digital economy, in renewable energy, and also in projects for communities. But I always come with states so important like Edo State with an idea of how to try to improve and strengthen what we are doing already.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience, and this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, particularly through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience, and this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, in particular through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program in particular.
Fantastic. If you just join us, we have with us the ambassador of the European Commission delegation to Nigeria and Africa, who is in Edo State currently on a private visit, engaging him on a wide range of issues, looking at the partnership between the Commission and Nigeria, and particularly Edo State. Ambassador Migno, let me quickly take you on a trending issue in Nigeria right now, which has to do with violence, extremism, and the talk around genocide against Christians is gaining momentum across the world, particularly in the US and several other places. What's the Commission's perspectives on this issue, and what is the intention in terms of helping Nigeria to deal with banditry, Boko Haram, and all other, extremism that we're seeing playing up in the country right now?
I think it's important not to exaggerate or oversimplify situations which are very complex in Nigeria in terms of violence and insecurity. Of course, it's a big concern for everybody, including for us. We are very much committed with freedom of religion and belief in particular, and of course, any attack against communities or individuals because of their religion must be condemned, unacceptable. But at the same time, we stand in solidarity with Nigeria, with the victims of the attacks, of course, and with the overwhelming majority of Nigerians who are willing to coexist peacefully beyond ethnic or religious differences. And so we stand in solidarity with Nigeria to fight the many drivers of violence and insecurity. And religion is only one of them. And we've been supporting Nigeria for many years through many projects of peace building, of de-radicalization, demobilization of former members of non-state armed groups, for instance. And we are ready to do more. The European Union some 12 years ago received the Nobel Prize for Peace. And so we always feel the necessity to be up to this great distinction that we received, to work on peace building, to work also and strengthen our relationship on security and defense with Nigeria, but in a spirit of partnership and of respect for Nigeria's sovereignty.
Fantastic. You're here specifically because of the Museum of West African Arts, MOA, which of course was launched just a few days ago. But what's your take on the current issues surrounding the Museum of West African Arts, particularly against the background of some of the things that happened there, during the inauguration of the center? You were there.
I was there. It was not an inauguration of the museum, actually. Okay. It was just a private preview, because the organizer, I think very wisely, decided, as there were some criticisms, to postpone the formal inauguration of the museum They announced this already a few days ago. And so yesterday was just a private preview for partners, friends, diplomats like myself and other European ambassadors. The EU has no direct involvement in this project. We are not funding this project. We might do it in the future because we want to partner more with museums and cultural institutions in West Africa and Nigeria, but we have no direct involvement so far. So I came here really to see the advancement of this very wonderful project I discovered last year when I came first, which is a great opportunity for Edo State, for Nigeria, and for West Africa. It's a West African museum. It's not about only Benin or Edo State or Nigeria, even. It's West African. And I must say that the experience that we had yesterday was quite unpleasant and deplorable because this private event on a private property was disrupted by so-called protesters who came in, allowed by the police, because there was security all around, but they left them in. And they disrupted the whole event. So it's exactly how you scale off. You scale off investors and development partners coming in good faith, to partner with your community. And Germany, for instance, has invested 8.5 million euros in this project. If now they see that this project cannot operate normally, the conclusions will be quite clear, not only for Germany but for all European stakeholders.
Fantastic. Let's look at a general issue that relates to the involvement of the Western world in Africa in terms of development, in terms of partnership, in terms of insecurity. Talking about partnership, we're seeing the European Union, for example, always disposed to giving loans to African countries, Nigeria inclusive. The perspective of these loans being a trap for developing countries, underdeveloped countries. What are your thoughts? What's the Commission perspectives on this?
Well, this is a trap where we felt collectively, the lenders and our African partners 30 years ago, and we had at the time to pardon part of this debt, to do a whole work to get out of this situation. So now, through, in particular, our new cooperation strategy, which is called the Global Gateway Strategy, we are very attentive not to fall again into this trap. So we limit the level of indebtedness of partner countries. We give subsidized loans. We don't want to fall again into this trap. And what we are seeing with concern is that African countries, some of them, are falling again into this situation with other lenders, not the European Union, because we've learned from our first experience. So this is why now we work very much with financial instruments, blending loans with grants, for instance, subsidized loans which create revenues for the country, so making sure that they can be reimbursed. So it's really a point we are very attentive to.
On a global scale, we've seen the disappearance of peace, so to speak, at the global level. I mean, the Hamas-Israeli crisis there's a ceasefire, there's some sort of agreement, but we're still seeing some measure of violence. We saw recently the RSF activities in Sudan, particularly in Al-Fasher. That crisis is still going on. And these activities or events that are unfolding globally that undermines peace globally, what's your perspective of the fact that it's like the world is hamstrung in terms of dealing with these issues, nipping them at the bud before it blossoms, it flourishes, snowballs into huge crisis like you're seeing now in Sudan. Hunger is there in Hamas. There's starvation, there's poverty, and all of these issues happening. Why is it so difficult for the world leaders to have a consensus in terms of how they can collectively respond to these issues?
Because we have collective rules in the United Nations Charter, international law. And what we have seen over the last 10 years or so is that very important players have not respected these rules.
take the case of Russia in particular.
Yeah, Russia and
With the
Ukraine.
Russian invasion to Ukraine, which started in fact in 2014, then it became full scale in 2022. Then we, each from a permanent member of the Security Council, a country which is supposed to be a guarantor of these rules, then it shows that everybody can do anything and violates international law without punishment. And so this is why it's so important, and this is why the European Union insisted so much that all countries in the world had to condemn the Russian invasion to Ukraine. And most countries, including Nigeria, have done that. But others, including large democracies, have not done so.
When you say large democracy, are you talking about the US?
The US has done so, but others have not. And then, other crises also popped up. And then when the law starts to be broken here and there, it just becomes contagious.
Ambassador Gotna Migno, thank you so much for your time. Truly appreciate this conversation.
Pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I've been talking with Ambassador Mignot, who is the head of the European delegation to Nigeria and Africa, is currently in Edo State on a visit, and we've been engaging him on a wide range of issues. Thank you for staying with us, and have a beautiful day ahead. Bye for now.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living.
What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living.
What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello there, thank you for joining us on this special interview series on independent television. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. Our guest today on the program is the Ambassador of the European Union to Nigeria and ECOWAS. As a matter of fact, the Ambassador of the European Delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS, His Excellency Ambassador Gauthier Mignon. Thank you for obliging us your time.
Thank you very much for your kind invitation, sir.
Okay, how would you describe your presence in Benin so far? Is this your first time in Benin City?
Actually, it's my second time, but I came in a private visit the first time because I hadn't presented my credentials yet to Mr. President, so I could not engage officially by the time. So this time it's the first official visit. And I came really with an intention to see how, to review the cooperation we are having with Edo State and to try to see how we can scale it up. But I took the opportunity to visit yesterday to participate to a private preview of the Museum of West African Arts here in Edo State, which is a project that I already saw last year when I came first to Benin City.
Also, so how would you describe the level of partnership between the European Union and, of course, Nigeria, and particularly Edo State?
Well, with Nigeria, the European Union, together with its member states and its development banks, what we call Team Europe, I think is the first partner, is Nigeria's first partner in many areas, in trade and investment in particular, and also in cooperation in many areas. And we have 730 million euros in grants for bilateral cooperation with Nigeria between 2041 and 2027, plus also sizable amounts of loans, subsidized loans. And with Edo State, we've had good cooperation in several areas. I'm thinking in particular of support to migration governance and support to stranded migrants returning to Nigeria, and many of them are from Edo State. And in the last few years, we supported more than 23,000 people to come back and reintegrate into their communities nationally, and many of them in Edo State, just to name an example. So we think we can do more in other areas. We're also working in digital economy, in renewable energy, and also in projects for communities. But I always come with states so important like Edo State with an idea of how to try to improve and strengthen what we are doing already.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience. And this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, particularly through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience. And this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, in particular through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program in particular.
Fantastic. If you just join us, we have with us the ambassador of the European Commission delegation to Nigeria and Africa, who is in Edo State currently on a private visit, engaging him on a wide range of issues, looking at the partnership between the Commission and Nigeria, and particularly Edo State. Ambassador Mignot, let me quickly take you on a trending issue in Nigeria right now, which has to do with violence, extremism, and the talk around genocide against Christians is gaining momentum across the world, particularly in the US and several other places. What's the Commission's perspectives on this issue, and what is the intention in terms of helping Nigeria to deal with banditry, Boko Haram, and all other, extremism that we're seeing playing up in the country right now?
I think it's important not to exaggerate or oversimplify situations which are very complex in Nigeria in terms of violence and insecurity. Of course, it's a big concern for everybody, including for us. We are very much committed with freedom of religion and belief in particular, and of course, any attack against communities or individuals because of their religion must be condemned, are unacceptable. But at the same time, we stand in solidarity with Nigeria, with the victims of the attacks, of course, and with the overwhelming majority of Nigerians who are willing to coexist peacefully beyond ethnic or religious differences. And so we stand in solidarity with Nigeria to fight the many drivers of violence and insecurity. And religion is only one of them. And we've been supporting Nigeria for many years through many projects of peace building, of de-radicalization, demobilization of former members of non-state armed groups, for instance. And we are ready to do more. The European Union some 12 years ago received the Nobel Prize for Peace. And so we always feel the necessity to be up to this great distinction that we received, to work on peace building, to work also and strengthen our relationship on security and defense with Nigeria, but in a spirit of partnership and of respect for Nigeria's sovereignty.
Fantastic. You're here specifically because of the Museum of West African Arts, MOA, which of course was launched just a few days ago. But what's your take on the current issues surrounding the Museum of West African Arts, particularly against the background of some of the things that happened there, during the inauguration of the center? You were there.
I was there. It was not an inauguration of the museum, actually. Okay. It was just a private preview, because the organizer, I think very wisely, decided, as there were some criticisms, to postpone the formal inauguration of the museum. They announced this already a few days ago. And so yesterday was just a private preview for partners, friends, diplomats like myself and other European ambassadors. The EU has no direct involvement in this project. We are not funding this project. We might do it in the future because we want to partner more with museums and cultural institutions in West Africa and Nigeria, but we have no direct involvement so far. So I came here really to see the advancement of this very wonderful project I discovered last year when I came first, which is a great opportunity for Edo State, for Nigeria, and for West Africa. It's a West African museum. It's not about only Benin or Edo State or Nigeria, it's West African. And I must say that the experience that we had yesterday was quite unpleasant and deplorable, because this private event on a private property was disrupted by so-called protesters who came in, allowed by the police, because there was security all around, but they left them in. And they disrupted the whole event. So it's exactly how you scale off. You scale off investors and development partners coming in good faith, to partner with your community. And Germany, for instance, has invested 8.5 million euros in this project. If now they see that this project cannot operate normally, the conclusions will be quite clear, not only for Germany but for all European stakeholders.
Fantastic. Let's look at a general issue that relates to the involvement of the Western world in Africa in terms of development, in terms of partnership, in terms of insecurity. Talking about partnership, we're seeing the European Union, for example, always disposed to giving loans to African countries, Nigeria inclusive. The perspective of these loans being a trap for developing countries, underdeveloped countries. What are your thoughts? What's the Commission perspectives on this?
Well, this is a trap where we felt collectively, the lenders and our African partners 30 years ago, and we had at the time to pardon part of this debt, to do a whole work to get out of this situation. So now, through, in particular, our new cooperation strategy, which is called the Global Gateway Strategy, we are very attentive not to fall again into this trap. So we limit the level of indebtedness of partner countries. We give subsidized loans. We don't want to fall again into this trap. And what we are seeing with concern is that African countries, some of them, are falling again into this situation with other lenders, not the European Union, because we've learned from our first experience. So this is why now we work very much with financial instruments, blending loans with grants, for instance, subsidized loans which create revenues for the country, so making sure that they can be reimbursed. So it's really a point we are very attentive to.
On a global scale, we've seen the disappearance of peace, so to speak, at the global level. I mean, the Hamas-Israeli crisis there's a ceasefire, there's some sort of agreement, but we're still seeing some measure of violence. We saw recently the RSF activities in Sudan, particularly in Al-Fasher. That crisis is still going on. And these activities or events that are unfolding globally that undermines peace globally, what's your perspective of the fact that it's like the world is hamstrung in terms of dealing with these issues, nipping them at the bud before it blossoms, it flourishes, snowballs into huge crisis like you're seeing now in Sudan? Hunger is there in Hamas. There's starvation, there's poverty, and all of these issues happening. Why is it so difficult for the world leaders to have a consensus in terms of how they can collectively respond to these issues?
Because we have collective rules in the United Nations Charter, international law. And what we have seen over the last 10 years or so is that very important players have not respected these rules. Take the case of Russia in particular.
Yeah, Russia and Ukraine.
The Russian invasion to Ukraine, which started in fact in 2014, then it became full scale in 2022. Then we, each from a permanent member of the Security Council, a country which is supposed to be a guarantor of these rules, then it shows that everybody can do anything and violates international law without punishment. And so this is why it's so important, and this is why the European Union insisted so much that all countries in the world had to condemn the Russian invasion to Ukraine. And most countries, including Nigeria, have done that. But others, including large democracies, have not done so.
When you say large democracy, are you talking about the US?
The US has done so, but others have not. And then, other crises also popped up. And then when the law starts to be broken here and there, it just becomes contagious.
Ambassador Gottner Migno, thank you so much for your time. Truly appreciate this conversation.
Pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I've been talking with Ambassador Mignot, who is the head of the European delegation to Nigeria and Africa, is currently in Edo State on a visit, and we've been engaging him on a wide range of issues. Thank you for staying with us, and have a beautiful day ahead. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living.
What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Hello there, thank you for joining us on this special interview series on independent television. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. Our guest today on the program is the Ambassador of the European Union to Nigeria and ECOWAS. As a matter of fact, the Ambassador of the European Delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS, His Excellency Ambassador Gauthier Mignon. Thank you for obliging us your time.
Thank you very much for your kind invitation, sir.
Okay, how would you describe your presence in Benin so far? Is this your first time in Benin City?
Actually, it's my second time, but I came in a private visit the first time because I hadn't presented my credentials yet to Mr. President, so I could not engage officially by the time. So this time it's the first official visit. And I came really with an intention to see how, to review the cooperation we are having with Edo State and to try to see how we can scale it up. But I took the opportunity to visit yesterday to participate to a private preview of the Museum of West African Arts here in Edo State, which is a project I already saw last year when I came first to Benin City.
Also, so how would you describe the level of partnership between the European Union and, of course, Nigeria, and particularly Edo State?
Well, with Nigeria, the European Union, together with its member states and its development banks, which we call Team Europe, I think is the first partner, is Nigeria's first partner in many areas, in trade and investment in particular, and also in cooperation in many areas. And we have 730 million euros in grants for bilateral cooperation with Nigeria between 2041 and 2027, plus also sizable amounts of loans, subsidized loans. And with Edo State, we've had good cooperation in several areas. I'm thinking in particular of support to migration governance and support to stranded migrants returning to Nigeria, and many of them are from Edo State. And in the last few years, we supported more than 23,000 people to come back and reintegrate into their communities nationally, and many of them in Edo State, just to name an example. So voilà, we think we can do more in other areas. We're also working in digital economy, in renewable energy, and also in projects for communities. But I always come with states so important like Edo State with an idea of how to try to improve and strengthen what we are doing already.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience, and this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, particularly through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience, and this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, in particular through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program in particular.
Fantastic. If you just join us, we have with us the ambassador of the European Commission delegation to Nigeria and Africa, who is in Edo State currently on a private visit, engaging him on a wide range of issues, looking at the partnership between the Commission and Nigeria, and particularly Edo State. Ambassador Migno, let me quickly take you on a trending issue in Nigeria right now, which has to do with violence, extremism, and the talk around genocide against Christians is gaining momentum across the world, particularly in the US and several other places. What's the Commission's perspectives on this issue, and what is the intention in terms of helping Nigeria to deal with banditry, Boko Haram, and all other, extremism that we're seeing playing up in the country right now?
I think it's important not to exaggerate or oversimplify situations which are very complex in Nigeria in terms of violence and insecurity. Of course, it's a big concern for everybody, including for us. We are very much committed with freedom of religion and belief in particular, and of course, any attack against communities or individuals because of their religion must be condemned, are unacceptable. But at the same time, we stand in solidarity with Nigeria, with the victims of the attacks, of course, and with the overwhelming majority of Nigerians who are willing to coexist peacefully beyond ethnic or religious differences. And so we stand in solidarity with Nigeria to fight the many drivers of violence and insecurity. And religion is only one of them. And we've been supporting Nigeria for many years through many projects of peace building, of de-radicalization, demobilization of former members of non-state armed groups, for instance. And we are ready to do more. The European Union some 12 years ago received the Nobel Prize for Peace. And so we always feel the necessity to be up to this great distinction that we received, to work on peace building, to work also and strengthen our relationship on security and defense with Nigeria, but in a spirit of partnership and of respect for Nigeria's sovereignty.
Fantastic. You're here specifically because of the Museum of West African Arts, MOA, which of course was launched just a few days ago. But what's your take on the current issues surrounding the Museum of West African Arts, particularly against the background of some of the things that happened there, during the inauguration of the center? You were there.
I was there. It was not an inauguration of the museum, actually. Okay. It was just a private preview, because the organizer, I think, very wisely decided, as there were some criticisms, to postpone the formal inauguration of the museum. They announced this already a few days ago. And so yesterday was just a private preview for partners, friends, diplomats like myself and other European ambassadors. The EU has no direct involvement in this project. We are not funding this project. We might do it in the future because we want to partner more with museums and cultural institutions in West Africa and Nigeria, but we have no direct involvement so far. So I came here really to see the advancement of this very wonderful project I discovered last year when I came first, which is a great opportunity for Edo State, for Nigeria, and for West Africa. It's a West African museum. It's not about only Benin or Edo State or Nigeria even. It's West African. And I must say that the experience that we had yesterday was quite unpleasant and deplorable, because this private event on a private property was disrupted by so-called protesters who came in, allowed by the police, because there was security all around, but they left them in. And they disrupted the whole event. So it's exactly how you scale off. You scale off investors and development partners coming in good faith, to partner with your community. And Germany, for instance, has invested 8.5 million euros in this project. If now they see that this project cannot operate normally, the conclusions will be quite clear, not only for Germany but for all European stakeholders.
Fantastic. Let's look at a general issue that relates to the involvement of the Western world in Africa in terms of development, in terms of partnership, in terms of insecurity. Talking about partnership, we're seeing the European Union, for example, always disposed to giving loans to African countries, Nigeria inclusive. The perspective of these loans being a trap for developing countries, underdeveloped countries. What are your thoughts? What's the Commission perspectives on this?
Well, this is a trap where we felt collectively, the lenders and our African partners 30 years ago, and we had at the time to pardon part of this debt, to do a whole work to get out of this situation. So now, through, in particular, our new cooperation strategy, which is called the Global Gateway Strategy, we are very attentive not to fall again into this trap. So we limit the level of indebtedness of partner countries. We give subsidized loans. We don't want to fall again into this trap. And what we are seeing with concern is that African countries, some of them, are falling again into this situation with other lenders, not the European Union, because we've learned from our first experience. So this is why now we work very much with financial instruments, blending loans with grants, for instance, subsidized loans which create revenues for the country, so making sure that they can be reimbursed. So it's really a point we are very attentive to.
On a global scale, we've seen the disappearance of peace, so to speak, at the global level. I mean, the Hamas-Israeli crisis just well, there's a ceasefire, there's some sort of agreement, but we're still seeing some measure of violence. We saw recently the RSF activities in Sudan, particularly in Al-Fasher. That crisis is still going on. And these activities or events that are unfolding globally that undermines peace globally, what's your perspective of the fact that it's like the world is hamstrung in terms of dealing with these issues, nipping them at the bud before it blossoms, it flourishes, snowballs into huge crisis like you're seeing now in Sudan. Hunger is there in Hamas, there's starvation, there's poverty, and all of these issues happening. Why is it so difficult for the world leaders to have a consensus in terms of how they can collectively respond to these issues?
Because we have collective rules in the United Nations Charter, international law. And what we have seen over the last 10 years or so is that very important players have not respected these rules. You know? Take the case of Russia in particular.
Yeah, Russia and Ukraine.
The Russian invasion to Ukraine,
yeah,
which started in fact in 2014, then it became full scale in 2022. Then we, you know, each from a permanent member of the Security Council, a country which is supposed to be a guarantor of these rules, then you know it shows that everybody can do anything and violates international law without punishment. And so this is why it's so important, and this is why the European Union insisted so much that all countries in the world had to condemn the Russian invasion to Ukraine. And most countries, including Nigeria, have done that. But others, including large democracies, have not done so.
When you say large democracy, are you talking about the US?
The US has done so, but others have not.
Okay.
And then, you know, other crises also popped up. And then when the law starts to be broken here and there, it just becomes contagious.
Ambassador Gotna Migno, thank you so much for your time. Truly appreciate this conversation.
Pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I've been talking with Ambassador Mignot, who is the head of the European delegation to Nigeria and Africa, is currently in Edo State on a visit, and we've been engaging him on a wide range of issues. Thank you for staying with us, and have a beautiful day ahead. Bye for now.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Waya bota na ni wai. Ugi bota we say ni magwa kandere na ni wa okewa ine nori lovio nori le emata noria emi no keke no mabewo ke no veria akugbo orewo oreke orodonwe ore nogi oroka le na iwe mina de na ya ke ni wa allow da orewo ọba ya jẹ àárín ọba rẹ ya jẹ náà ya fẹ náà ya ahọ ẹmẹgbẹ mà ní ẹdọ mà ní ọkà ayẹlẹ mà ní ọdọ wòye mà ní ọkà mà ní ẹnìjì mà ní ẹwọ ẹmẹgbẹ mà àdéhùn màmá ahọ ẹmẹgbẹ mà lèvi yẹn yà làwùdá ọ̀rẹ́ rẹ kẹ́ni mà yé ọsọ ẹni mà gbà kan nàfi náà ní wọn àlùbọ́tà ọ̀rẹ́ dẹ̀ náà náà ọ̀rẹ́ mà ọ̀tún mà rẹ Victor Bizugbe òwútu ẹ.
Adonewu wadonewu zomo wa ya bitota wa ya se peti wa watuta age peti ota na emi no bun no wa ye wo e ma ho na agun akan run da were no nya pon na ti opan so me no manya ogbeya heku oba atope
ise owere ma otemebe oye gboma no bi abe oka o abe obunya
eni wa bota wa bere re kai afuwe gbosa lo bo ogo wa yaro wa ya tota wa we dan he emi ni ma we you no kan be epetu we na wa we se oba atope
ise mere ma so abose nje no bi e o no ri ejoba yo kai o we do ya fe ina be o ka jo ye o ya fe worldwide me do to wa ya oba atope
ise
eni ma gwa kan ni wa o emi ni lu kan ba rae oka Yàrá ọ̀dọ́wé, yàrá òhẹ́, yàrá ọ̀kárẹ́lẹ́, ní anáhìrẹ́ wo, elógèrè rọ̀, ǹdẹ́rì náà fi àná, elógèrè rẹ̀ wòso, ẹ̀rọ elógèrè anámẹ̀ ọ̀dọ́wé náà ríra, ọ̀dọ́wé ọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀dọ́. Òhẹ́ ọ̀rìnrìn zẹ́lilẹ̀, ẹ̀rọ elógèrè rọ̀, ọ̀dọ́wé náà rọ̀, ọ̀dọ́wé ọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀dọ́ ẹ̀wọ̀ ni. Kewawe ejoke ya no ojo no iwe selele oruga ohen ni ohen isago ahon lo fun owo bowe o ga ohen ne oba ri pade bo dugye oni ohen no saibo no tematawe emi yana ma ru emi yana ye no sunu ogele sunu gese na azo ne wo ya duna oni ohen o ana mi ewe ebo ọ̀rẹ́ wo eri ọ̀rẹ́ náà ọ̀kà ọ̀rẹ́ arọ̀ níwọ̀n ẹ̀wọ̀n ọ̀kà ọ̀yẹ ẹ̀nọ́gì sẹ́tìn àríwá ọ̀kà ọ̀rẹ́ àríwá ẹ̀nọ́gì àríwá ọ̀kà ọ̀rẹ́ arọ̀ òtótó ẹ̀nọ́gì ẹ̀họ́ yìí ẹ̀wọ̀n ọ̀kà ọ̀yẹ nọ̀zẹ́kọ̀ọ̀kà ọ̀rẹ́ ọ̀dùn wòye nọ̀wé zẹ́kẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́ òhẹ́ nọba lẹ́wọ́rẹ́ yẹn wẹ̀rẹ̀ àlọ́wọ́. Dado erare dado wae ojon we eraro gbojo ojon we yan ka se fe nogi go gbojo yan ka se koka yan ka se fe ohe to bo erawe re ogwa yan ka ri ze ini wa eyi no iya ehana ayan na nda sumina nene ejeje ogewo ero nene adolo na ya dole wo yi ero nusalogo ahi oyi re ni nana no ya dole wo ana bun ayo ase ero nusalogo ahi ni ya wi no kete na wo ana gwa lo to stress o ma na obi ewo o se ti ojo wo ewo o tedo we ni ari wu e na de era wi yu na ke wo bere ona do bi owe wo ni o se ti mo ojo wo yi wa yi abun awon aruko geba iṣẹ́ tí mo jọ wòye ọ̀rìn wa sùnù nìyà ọwọ́ àbí ẹ̀ bá ọ̀dùn ọmọ yéṣu ẹ̀ gbé ó wù wọ̀ ọ́rí ọ̀dùn ó yà gbòòrò ẹ̀ ó fi ọ̀ adìẹ gbà ìmọ̀ ní jẹ́ wọn ìyá rọ̀ ìmọ̀ àwọn olùsùn ní èyí ẹ̀wò ní orí rọ̀ ilẹ̀ ìwé ọ̀tá mi wọ olùsùn ní ètẹ́wẹ́ ọ̀tẹ́wẹ́ Bizugbe.
Bàbá ọ̀wẹ́ ọ̀gbọ̀gbọ̀gbùnù ẹ̀yìnà ekwe mu wà hàn wí yọ̀tàn ọ̀nà àlóhò hùdàwẹ̀ ẹ̀dọ́ ìyàn kẹwàá mi nwà bene bo wa me nwe ti ama me mi an luvien o bara re mudia o review kai me bene governor mudia on have a commissioner bene president mudia of the minister e kai me ni ga ro eni ga ye me se kinoye e wo no kai me be ye ne shi bi be aweri e o kaw o be ga re wa kate awu nu ode ya na na mo wu kekere wo we na che odon water odon wo we ke odon we ha ti ma me uwu ki ma kere e ma e wa ni amubo yi e oka oyi no gba okoto no ga ge ni re gi ma le ba fi ogwe do la o tore wo na wo de no ma keke so pa ne de ye na ni bunia amayilu yore enoge ne ari owo ka o ne ari owo jan we ne hu da we avevie ave okaigele no gba o mana gie hu da we ojo we hin no nwa ne e te ti ale lu wo ahian so pa emi no wa do kaka bodo pa mo din ara imie we iya e ha na mama yo dun na iya ga so le gbo we o ma de keke yeye tí àyàn akókò gbé ọ̀nà àìwọ́ náà nọ́pàá ìwé nọ́pàá ẹ̀wọ́ rí hẹ̀hẹ́ ọ̀dẹ̀ yóò fi hàn. wèyí àyàn ìbábọ̀ kan àbá wẹ́nà yà lè lè uvi náà bọ̀ ọ̀kan lè lè ní ànàmà mímí. wèyí ìtọ́ kan náà wá sọ ẹ́. ìyàn àmì ẹ̀nà wà ìṣẹ́zà ni wà múdá yóò dẹ. ìyàn mú ìnìmù náà wẹ̀ déyọ̀ olùyẹn dè ní kéwìn má dé ìyàn wà kó àìwò dẹ. ni wàá rọ̀ ni wàá rí wìnà ìwà ni wàá wìnà yíyan wàá láàrin ifi ọgí ẹ̀ èkún nìyàn ọ̀nì yíyẹ nọ̀rọ̀ kẹ́kẹ́ èkín yàn ẹni wàá rí wa ni wàá rí rọ̀ ni wàá bọ̀ wò wa ẹni wàá bọ̀ ẹni ọmọ ẹ̀ ògìròdùn ẹ̀dẹ̀ asẹ̀ akọ̀tà ni ẹ̀dẹ̀ àrẹ gbogbo ẹ̀ ní àyùmọ̀ ẹ̀rẹ̀ adúwẹ̀ lòfìrẹ́ gbẹ. mami tí yàn máa mi adámẹ́wẹ́ ìyàn mi náà mẹ́gbẹ́ ń wà rẹ̀ rẹ̀ inú iná ni màná gbọ́n ni màná wà wẹ̀ yí pìrìpìrì náà ọ̀nà àwọn èèyàn ẹsẹ̀ ọwọ́ bá zọ̀ má sọ mà anábìtá wẹ ogie ayẹwo náà ẹnẹ mọ ọnu sọpẹ́ nẹ̀rẹ̀ mọ ọnu ọ̀gbùgì dọ̀lẹ̀ oyi ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
wẹ́sẹ̀ ọ̀tẹ́rẹ̀ ríwọ̀ ọ̀ka ọ̀rùsùn iná ọ̀ka bọ̀ wá ìlà ìnáwó ibi kékeré náà ló kàn wá rí yé wẹ́wẹ́ náà tá ẹ̀ tán rẹ̀ bísú gbẹ́sọ́. Kuyo, wa dɔbɔ ni wan zɛbi ne etɛmɛ ya gun akan si o ka owó katikati ɔba ɛmɛ egi ɔka o nagi be ye na nia abɔ diɔ wee nɔgele rusɔ ɔmɔ si bi sɛ gua abe dori yɛ bena ya nyi bena ya dɔlɛ wo yi yɛ ayi ɔdo ɛta mi ni. ọkọ ìgbè òwe là ẹ ó pé ọdún wèé ọbẹ dé ọdún yọkà ìrèlè ọbẹ rí ẹ ilé lè gbé sọpọn ẹbí ni mẹhó ní yónú kàn ẹbí màá náà bá bá náà ní ọ ìwẹ ẹ wò ní nógì èyé ẹ wò ní nógì èyé àmúbọ mú ẹ ọkà ó èyé wa ọ̀nàbẹ miẹwẹ ọkà ó ọ̀nàbẹ agbọ ẹ nógì rọrùn dáwẹ ẹ wò ní ọ̀nà ìkàkàbọ dìgbà ọ̀vẹ́ wáyẹ òtọ́ ni. Ana imiewe abide moka oba enogi oka oni enogi okaze okeze ora ibe zero da egie e ba mune odin we e orize ba wa be ke ba pa igi ohen no reba e oribe ze bene oyale le gbe kian so pa e wo ni bunro ne igi ohen je odin we aro ebo ni buwero no kaweje ojon we aro ami ewo ne ojon we je ebo no ojon we je ni pa wa ye we ohen na be aro ojon we o ka ni se ohen ni o zebe ototo yi debe no ye we omo no bari na ebe wewe oye ohen so be do ya so oni ọba tó bọ ewọ ni ẹpọ ẹni gíangí máa ẹbùn dẹ ọ náà rọ sọpọn bẹ́ẹ̀ni lélẹ náà yá dé kí ó tọ adé ọwẹ àmì ẹ òtọ ló gbọka
okero ugbowedero we ni mado we ware ma e mari egbe ni mado afie emi no re iji oge ni kaode na do afie wori ojo we ana aro gbojion ojo we okaze okan we ne nogi are ewo ni be ogbojion abere egwa ogo hin oheni okabe ize sokma and where emi na ubewo where ebu gbai where na do mi agbaji where when aya izebe oka obo de bu ne enogi eje no enogi okaze bu ne enogi eje okawo okaze ojo wuye o izelele iwo ni si ede wa mi ke
wese eni wa hen matana ni uda we e won ka o ke wa re ro no ye no wa we ilowo re na e wa so wo ka ogbe ya agbele bayi no do aye ame bo mata no yin agbele ni wa oka no re unode ya fe unagbe ye kovia ekena wo ka o ga aye ko to ade wa mi unode no we no kata si go temege bizugbe unode eyin aye oka ko no ni edo agbe ni ori e ba mu na no ya goba eru de ana ya mo ye ba no ko deni bege no ko na are emi na aba ana ya we ai mo ye ba e ba mi na e ma ma dugie e ma ma ri emi je gwa iyan we ka bi abiyan ni re opese ni agbe o ya we izo be no wa no regbo ta be bi yan emi no ore ogede emi no fi ezere ko ye iyan be mi na be o be ya yimu a no rekeneze ye o keke no ya yimo ke wa gbaka ke wa be wu ke ya emi no me niki ye ya yimo e wa na be mi we ogwa o kako no gba o ga be odadun no de ni ya pe wa mi na we ni buye yeye uno de no we ni iyera uno de no mi na ge unwame uno de no no pa ge siloko uno de no gbele modern wa mi na ya fe be na di modern ya we na na we do we oba kate yi ko no hu da we e data yen wa silore yen wa e nekere uzore yare wa mi we ana do yeso e deri o yi e bo yi ro mi gbe yen wa mi wa to fo do ana do yo ka wi lele we do se e o ten wa ni abe ana ya yo ba na ko na ya oba na ko uda yen fiezera yen ro ya do abumako ana yen ni yo we ne we yen ni ge ogbe ya ọ̀rọ̀ kan so ke le agbe emi na ile ọ̀kan ya ye imari we na ye ge ite oti ma no ite nya osabo no gegbe na ọ̀ka ko no o soja e ko emi ni e wa ro e ba ojo we no re ba ke o ka gele iyan ma ki yen pe yo mo da igbe mara eri o no ne unu ame o ri gi o re ode na wa la yi ko bia gele de unu ame e wa lo nwa meni ewa esije akokudo eyi nesije ya akokudo ya erewa okuta no ya agba ye mozu mi na ake ni ye o si ye sije le manudo ni ye ya le manudo oye gede gbe ni wa oye riwe gbo ba o ho bia wa re ba ge ni esije yi kon na gbe mi ne ijobo no ho bia iru ne ona no ri otun ere ona ya moka ona wo no wa ka no le ba o yi le ba tene na o bia oro tin ona ona to pa ni ma yin ho oye na mi wo ho bia be bi yan ri ba ma o ke ke wa e gbin ayo ni wa o ka o dun he be ke o ya o dun we o we din o he to ri aki iye o re donu oye ni kata si o ma ne obi e wo o ya mo dun we le o no da bi e ba abi ni ya fe aya agbo obi to ko o no ma ne ojo we aya mi ojo we o ai ye ojo wo bo eyo no ihe no ni wa alaye ke no saba no bi wa no maka bo yi wa e ma ni bite e ma ru nu ame e ma re ite gbe yeye e ma re ikirori aki ko ri ona aboka wa de baya won na ni wa mi ni awe ọmọ na ba de lo keke na o be mo ka o ye ologun ona ya ma ye o mo de bi lo eho de no lo to no ya do le ọ̀kápọ̀ ọ̀bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìmúnákẹ́ kan wó wà yàní dọ̀lẹ́ bàtà ọ̀ká
sẹ́pọ̀kì
yàní sẹ́pọ̀kì ọ̀ká àmàyọ ọmọ àrùlé àwọn ọdún ọ̀nà mọ́ká àwọn ẹgẹ́ ọ̀ká ọ̀yẹ̀ nọmba 1
ọ̀ká òyògbèmí rọ̀
ọ̀ká òyògbèmí rọ̀
yàní báyọ̀ ìpínlẹ̀
ọ̀ká òyògbèmí rọ̀ èyí ni wọn èyí ni ọmọ náà káàrò náà yà á mú ìdá ẹ̀yìn ọwọ́dọ̀ náà káàrò wá ayẹ̀ náà wáyé wá àwọn ẹgẹ́ ǹdá wẹ̀ náà kàgẹ́ ló ṣe tí gbọ́ káàrò wá kan ló mìíràn pẹ̀ wẹ̀ náà dá wẹ̀ wẹ̀ ní kéye ọmọ mẹ́tì pàgbé ẹ o wà gbọ́dọ̀ lẹ́wọ̀ wà kú gbé wà á kàn sí ní náà àárí èkéré wọ àrísẹ̀ ìdẹ̀wò ń bà náà mọ̀nà bà nẹ́dọ̀ ọ̀nà yìí àfẹ́ ọ̀tẹ́ yèrìtẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ́dẹ́gbọ́n ni.
ekele ni ayé yèrìtẹ́ ìwé dáadẹ́ wò nàkà náà ní ọkàn ó lìrìjẹ náà ibi ẹ̀wò ẹ̀yọ́ tó bọ̀ ẹ̀ wá yẹ ọ bọ̀ wá sí ẹ̀wẹ́ ẹ̀rù dá àwọn náà ẹ̀wò náà wọ́n mọ̀ bọ̀ ká náà yà fẹ́ kí náà náà sún 50 by 100 náà ìhìn ẹni èrè ọ̀jẹ̀ ìsókè dọ́nà náà 50 by 100 ni wáyé kàkà bọ̀ ẹ̀yà mú pàmò wẹ̀rẹ̀ rẹ̀ ẹ̀ máa ní kí ó tọ̀ ve dáadẹ́ wò nẹ̀ nọ́ka wè ràn áwò wè kọ̀ wúwa wáyé rè mà ní wákùn ìtọ̀ bọ́ ebe ni àgbìyàn ìdò ayé ẹ̀rù kèkì ọmọ náà wéwì náà máa ẹ̀ ayé gbé ta ẹ̀ mẹ́ka kàbọ̀ lè má wáyé mi ẹ̀ dáadọ́ rẹ̀ nà kàn nà wẹ́ wárẹ̀ ẹni ẹ̀mẹ́ ẹtí nu mẹ́ yádọ̀ lẹ́wọ̀ yìí ẹtí nu mẹ́ ní ẹ̀ bá ẹ̀wọ̀n ní ẹ̀bùbí mẹ́ náà yàgbọ́ bá dọ̀ lẹ́wọ̀ yìí àrùn ọ̀pá ẹ̀tí máa fóyè fún pa dáadọ́rẹ́ ẹ̀rọ sábà yẹ ẹ̀nà nálà ọ̀kárí lókè o ọ̀dí ọ̀wé òkè o ọ̀dí ọ̀hún òkè o èmi nú ẹ̀ yádọ̀lẹ̀ ẹ̀wọ̀nùyé yìí ẹ̀ máa mú bọ́ rèdó kàkàbọ̀ gun àkànrí bọ́tà ọ̀rẹ́ ẹ̀ náà wẹ́ ni màá yá fẹ́ náà yẹ ebi ayúrò họ wẹ́ wà dẹ́rẹ́ mi lọ sunu bẹ́ẹ̀ ẹ̀dáadẹ́wò ní dáadọ́rẹ́ yé náà nìyà. Ma ni watu tore keniswe emila we na egbu wa yota keya okon ni okon no de nekere awe ne do bi orebobe ni mari orebobe ni ma emi ni maru na do mi ewe awori obe osagba na geri obe do mi wa ukegbe akwo di owe yin ugere akwo no gi yin ugere eme na tanikia ma se ti yawe gbo ebe ewuyan okeke we ni maru yo ni máa fi ẹkọ ìwòrí ẹni máa rẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ ní kàrò bẹ́ẹ̀ ni aya bùdíà ẹ ní aya dọ̀lẹ̀ ẹ̀dọ́ yìí dó sẹ́ ẹ̀rẹ̀ náà yà sẹ̀ rọrí mana ni máa rẹ̀ lélẹ̀ ní ó dẹ́bùn kan ẹ̀wẹ̀ ni wàá yé sọ́ọ̀sì níbẹ̀ ijó ọ̀kẹ́kẹ́ wẹ̀ ní abẹ́ wìnìwìnà ní àwìnà níbẹ̀ yé sọ́ọ̀sì èrùn náà kẹ̀kẹ́ ọ̀kẹ́kẹ́ ni wàá rẹ̀ náà wẹ̀ náà yà dọ̀lẹ̀ ẹ̀wọ̀ yìí ìyá rẹ̀ sí ẹ̀mí wa ní wàá rẹ̀ ìgùn ayọ̀.
Mami rehiane for kuma na ina na ife na idere we ana mama na lo de we no keke na la ami oge wo kiyeke so kuma ana we na we gbo wa kan gbo bi we ni ma ke no gu ake no wo obe ya yi kan mami ọba atọpẹ ọ mama ọba ọ̀sàlóbù ayé ọ̀nà yẹ ẹ̀wọ̀n àlélẹ́ lẹ́nu ayé King Solomon ọ̀nà yẹ ẹ̀wọ̀n ẹ̀mẹ́ ọ̀nà màmá wẹ ìyàn pààwọ̀ ìyàn wà túnbọ̀ yẹ ìyá ẹsẹ̀ tí ọ̀nà bí ọ̀rẹ́ ìnígì wàgùnmẹ́ra mìnìmìnà náà ọ̀nà rẹ̀ kẹgbẹ̀dà ìnígì ọ̀nà bí ọ̀rọ̀ kàrò wàdébà ìnígì amìnìmìnà náà ọ̀nà bí ọjọ́ wẹ́lẹ̀lẹ̀ dẹ́wọ́ máa dẹ́rù ya wàrà mìnà wàá dí àrò náà de ana be beti kototo we wada be ekarele wade bajo we ga nwina mami ana na koku oye we uka dele ra hana mudia na mu keyo ede hu do ni mana na koku gbe we na ho na no pa na ho re no pa inwina ga hia oge na do mi we mo pa ho ni ye na udo ra si mi no ma su egbe ogbobo gudu no gba we o karele o rizeri yodun we bo ara ihan we ogbo edun aye odun we o ri kene na oka okan ya we mi o ika wori gba oka orika emi no bi hin awu eri de emi no de yu bi be na ya mama le gbe ni e yo kekere ya aga le re yo e wo ye oye hene e bo lele na mi we emi ya na ho a na wa le lu bi ni ara ta no so egbe otoge ni no pa wo re da won do engun na ge emi ni ya de yu bi o ke mo de agbin na yo ba na ni wo pa kin aye ọmọ na ma ebi aye bo wa re do na ma ebi o we dori agbon do ebo wa yen ebi ori ere bo ke na wa agbin na ba na wa di mama ake mi e wo ri ore do mi ma o ke gbe mi ma na ka agbele gbi ma na e wo wa awo wa na ra gbe e se ti ku gbe na te had divided against itself e se ti ku dia ru da ni wa di ma ka ra gbe ni ma ka ka bo ikadele ya tua o to ni ma de owi ma yi huda tera bere afna magafiyan ẹni adugba we o ma re ro o ma wa re do o ba to pe
ise ni wa ya iwe ukira madu ebon emo adolowo wa magwa kana no de kanugi no de kan oka no de kan dowe no de kan bi ojo no yupo gisewa oni ore okaye enai okaye le jase gbe buena zero okaye uru bien ula no dowe ya ri ewe la janwe bo yan gun enwe na we yan je o we yo o ya kan tu gbe ori opa je ko kan je don we obi no ke yere e boru vero be gwa ke no ri aki we wo pa emi ni yan ma onuwo e wo pa emi ni yan lowo ko le ya sore na ma emi eno una re mi ko e body la gbo ene e mo nu le je lo ye bun ya kan sa be ma ni ru re yo no ro we ni e ka wo pa na wo ri egbe ni ori awa ni ori awa dan mo eyi ni o ewo bo ba do zo ye ni we ya dole wo na o ya dole egbe na te ka ba bi wa o bo yan ti e wo de yere pupa no so egbe maka bogwa kana we ni we obi e wo ni ado amoye ina o wa na sunu yo de aba kwa yi abe nini wo obi e wo ni egbe na yo ma so egbe yo obi e wo no odun je so egbe ni meke na duna tora ni maya o Duna tora duna ni baba jime duna tora duna ni maya baba duna tora duna na wi jime duna tora duna ni maya oko duna ni maya ije se wa aje wa na wo ka le wa la wo jo we wa na wo ka o wa na we ni bi o duna ni wa ya pe se wa la o ate si ọba àtọpẹ iṣẹ́.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for joining us again on the program News Review for today. I am Deborah Ivi Ubeifun. The Federal High Court in Abuja, during Reconda review, sentenced the leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, to life imprisonment upon his conviction on the offense of terrorism. Justice James Omotosho handed down the sentence while concluding the more than 6 hours judgment on Kanu's trial in Abuja.
The judgment delivery commenced at about 10 a.m. with Nnamdi Kanu sent out of the courtroom for constituting a nuisance and exhibiting unruly conduct.
I am a judge. You can't be a judge. You don't know law. You don't know law. Nonsense. Where is the final address? Where is it? Which law gave you the right?
Justice James Omotosho found him guilty on all 7 counts preferred against him by the DSS. The court then sentenced him to life imprisonment in relation to count 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6 of the 7-count charge in which he was prosecuted. For count 3 relating to belonging to a prescribed terrorist group, Justice Omotosho sentenced him to 20 years imprisonment without an option of fine. On count 7, bordering on his unlawful importation of a radio transmitter for the purpose of furthering the clandestine activities of Radio Biafra, which is not registered in Nigeria, the judge sentenced him to 5 years imprisonment without an option of fine. The judge, who notes that Kanu had been unruly throughout the trial, says the law allows the court to impose death penalty for terrorism offenses, but that he, as a Christian, chose to be merciful to him. Justice Omotosho orders that Kanu be kept in protective custody in any part of the country, but not in Kuje Prison, Abuja, and that the radio transmitter be forfeited to the federal government. After the judgment, parties in the matter briefed press.
The judiciary has salvaged Nigeria from the claws, from the oppression of the proscribed IPOB. The court has also pronounced death sentence on Eastern Security Network, which was the military wing of IPOB. Today, God has brought an end to injustice, oppression, suffered by our brothers and sisters of the eastern states of Nigeria.
We disagree with the judgment vehemently.
Completely. Yes.
Yes. And we are going to fight it from here onwards until justice is done.
Yes. From Abuja, Joseph Kadri, ITV News.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, during a week under review, vowed to deploy all instruments of the state to rescue all the school children recently adopted by bandits in Kebbi State and ensure that their adopters, as well as the killers of the gallant military officer, Brigadier General Musa Uba, and the vice principal, were made to face the full wrath of justice. The message was delivered by the Vice President, Kashif Shettima, who spoke in Birnin Kebbi, the Kebbi State capital, on the directive of the President.
Upon arrival in Kebbi, Vice President Kashim Shettima immediately met with the state governor and other stakeholders. The Vice President, who led the federal government delegation, read the written speech of President Bola Tinubu. Extending President Tinubu's sympathy to families of the abducted school girls and the state government, Shettima described the abduction of the school girls from the boarding school in Maga as an assault on the collective conscience of all Nigerians.
Your Excellency, Kebbi's pain is Nigeria's pain. When one child is taken, every home in this nation grieves. When girls, in the safety of their classroom, are seized by criminals, our collective conscience is assaulted.
The Vice President promised that the federal government would support the family of the late General Uba, the late Vice Principal of the school, and others who were killed by terror groups while doing everything possible to rescue the abducted schoolgirls.
We also honor the ultimate sacrifice made by some of our brave officers and soldiers. To the family of the late Brigadier General Musa Uba, we say his sacrifice will never be forgotten. When a soldier gives his life in defense of this nation, a part of our collective soul is touched.
The Kebbi State Governor Nasser Idris thanked the President for the show of support, concern, and immense leadership. He says religious leaders in the state have been mandated to pray day and night for the release of the girls.
And we have directed all our clerics in the states continue to pray. We know they are doing, but we ask them to add more effort to ensure that day and night continue to pray so that we will see this out.
Ikaro Atta, ITV News.
Also in the week, we reported that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu praised the former president of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, as a statesman whose actions helped safeguard Nigeria's democracy at a critical moment. He gave the commendation while speaking at the 10th anniversary dinner of the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation in Abuja.
President Bola Tinubu was represented at the event by his deputy, Vice President Kashim Shettima. He described former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan as a guardian of Nigerians' collective value, whose legacy continues to resonate beyond his time in office. President Tinubu says Goodluck Jonathan's decision to concede the 2015 presidential election remains a defining lesson in leadership and a testament to democratic maturity. He emphasized that Jonathan had demonstrated the principle that nobody's ambition supersedes the sovereignty of the state, urging Nigerians to embrace tolerance and respect electoral outcomes.
The man at the center of this gathering, former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, stands as a profound lesson on life after public service. A statesman who preserves our democracy at a moment when it matters most.
President Tinubu also warned that global democracy, including in West Africa, had come under severe strain over the last decade, weakened by adventurous, extremists, actors intoxicated by power, and those who see institutions as inconveniences and election as mere formalities. In his speech, former President Goodluck Jonathan expressed sympathy over recent incident of abduction and attack across the country, urging political leaders to show greater responsibility in addressing threats to the security and welfare of Nigerians.
We condole with the families of the people who have lost their lives, the general, the vice principal of the school, and all the other people that are still in detention. We pray that this country get out of this situation very soon.
Guest speaker Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambers highlighted the importance of functional democratic institutions and stressed that young people must be central to efforts aimed at stabilizing the continent. From Abuja, Ikaro Atta, ITV News.
7 Edo federal lawmakers in the House of Representatives on Tuesday last week moved for urgent investigation into the establishment, funding, and implementation framework of the Museum of West African Art, MOA. Honorable Esosa Yahweh, who moved the motion under urgent public importance, raised serious questions of alleged financial impropriety and foreign interference.
The Museum of West African Art, MOA, was founded in 2020 as an independent non-profit establishment to preserve West African heritage and showcase contemporary creativity, with its first purpose-built campus later opening in Benin City. In this motion, sponsored by 7 Edo State federal lawmakers in the House of Representatives on Tuesday by Honorable Billy Usawaru, Honorable Esosa Yahweh, Honorable Julius Ihambere, Honorable Peter Patterson, Honorable Marcos Sonobu, Honorable Okoji Udianosen, and Right Honorable Gabriela Igbinedion Omosade, the lawmakers called to question the issues of control of the museum left in the hands of private or foreign interest, contrary to Nigeria's sovereignty over its cultural patrimony.
Credible reports and public commentary suggested that the structure of ownership, governance, and donor involvement in MOA may have created a framework that places undue influence on control in the hands of private or foreign interest, contrary to Nigeria's sovereignty over its cultural patrimony.
We have a problem when it comes to the organizational and legal framework of this so-called Museum of West African Arts, otherwise known as MOA. Mr. Speaker, this whole exercise of MOA is shrouded in a lot of secrecy. We must be very careful because this involves a lot of international donors.
The lawmakers want an ad hoc committee constituted to investigate the establishment, funding sources, governance framework, and donor agreement relating to the Museum of West African Art, MOA, in Edo State, with a view to determining the level of government involvement and oversight, the nature and extent of donor participation and influence, the legal and financial implications of all existing agreement, and the safeguard measures in place to protect Nigeria's ownership and control of its cultural assets. From the House of Representatives, Ogane Victor, ITV News.
In the same vein, we told you during the Reconda review that Edo State House of Assembly announced a public hearing on the outcome of investigations into the Radisson Blu Hotel and the Museum of West African Arts, MOA.
A public hearing on the investigations into the Radisson Blu Hotel and the Museum of West African Arts, MOA, scheduled for Thursday, November 20th and Friday, November 21st, 2025, will hold at the Edo State House of Assembly complex by 10 a.m. daily. The Speaker of the 8th Assembly, Right Honorable Blessing Agbebaku, made the announcement as lawmakers returned from recess during Tuesday's plenary. He also noted that invitations have been dispatched to all relevant stakeholders.
The public hearing conducted by two other committees set up by the House to investigate the Museum of West African Arts, MOA, and Radisson Blu Hotel in those states, respectively.
In another development, lawmakers deliberated on a bill seeking to establish the Edo State Economic Planning and Development Council. Honorable Isibo Ade, representing Esan Northeast Constituency 1, and other lawmakers expressed their support for the bill.
It is very important that local government council chairmen work hand in hand with His Excellency the Governor of the state to have a proper economic direction of how the councils will operate in every financial year.
Additionally, a bill aimed at regulating building construction and curbing irregularities in the real estate sector passed its second reading. Lawmakers, including Honorable Donald Okogbe, representing Akoko Edo Constituency 2, spoke in favor of its passage.
In the area of regulation of rents of estate agency practitioner, you go to sites, everybody is an engineer, even the man who was a service yesterday. This bill seeks to regulate all of that.
From Benin, Joy Obaisiagmo, ITV News.
On politics, we told you during Week Under Review that the crisis within the People's Democratic Party continues as a faction loyal to National Chairman Kabiru Turaki, SAN, and the faction aligned with the FCT Minister, Nyesom Wike, both made attempts to take control of the party's national secretariat in Abuja. The chairman of the PDP Governors Forum, Senator Bala Mohammed, and Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde were also present to support Turaki's National Working Committee. The area recorded a heavy presence of security personnel.
The massive deployment of heavily armed police officers for the separate NWC meetings by both factions at the same venue speaks clearly to an anticipated outbreak of violence. The Turaki faction arrived with Governors Bala Mohammed, Seyi Makinde, and former Governor of Kano State, Ibrahim Shekarau. After some struggles at the gate, they gained entrance and proceeded into the neck hall for their meeting. After a short while, they briefed the press.
And you can see the Minister of the FCT coming himself in person, being backed by the police. We have been tear gassed as governors. We have been molested in spite of our immunity in time. I will advise the presidency that it should not keep people who are no longer useful in terms of managing the political space, managing our diversity.
Shortly after they exited, an escort convoy announced the arrival of the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike. He experienced difficulty accessing the complex as the governors blocked the gate. But after the police fired tear gas canisters, he gained access into the building. The governors returned to the building. Another round of tear gas was fired by security personnel of the Nigerian police. National Chairman Kabiru Turaki, SAN, calls on the international community, particularly the U.S. President Donald Trump, to intervene in support of democratic process in Nigeria.
We will be now calling on international community. I want to call on President Trump. What is at stake is not just genocide against Nigerian Christians. He should come and save democracy in Nigeria. Democracy is under threat. I'm calling on all other developed nations, all advanced democracies, come and save Nigeria. Come and save democracy.
During the standoff, Governor Bala Mohammed held a brief conversation with a representative of the police commissioner, stating he will remain at the premises until Wike left. He then reconvened with his team for their scheduled meeting.
Then tell him, I will. Otherwise, we will be here after the next one.
Then it's not good for this boy.
No, what we're fighting for, yes, this is not PDP issue at all.
It's our survival.
It is survival of democracy.
Police continue to release tear gas canisters in the vicinity. Meanwhile, the Wike faction held its own meeting at the same time. During this meeting, it announced the expulsion of Bala Muhammad, Sheyi Makinde, Dr. Lawan, and Bode George. Both meetings concluded around the same period, with Wike leaving the premises first.
From the National Secretariat of the PDP,
Joseph Kadri, ITV News.
As a mark of honor and recognition of the fatherly disposition of the Esama of Benin and honorary Romanian consul to Edo and Delta States of Nigeria, His Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawaru Igbeneghu, the Zonal Director of NTA Benin, Mrs. Tenny Ajayi, led other management staff of the station to the house of Igbeneghu on a courtesy call. The children of late DIG Pari Osayande also visited the Esama of Benin to appreciate him for his support during their father's burial.
The NTA management, led by the Zonal Director, Tenny Ajayi, were received on arrival at the House of Igbeneghu by the Executive Director, Operations, ITV and Radio, Senior Edo Onse. Mrs. Tenny Ajayi eulogized the shining leadership disposition of the Esama, whom she said has been a source of encouragement to her predecessors. She informed the Esama of Benin that she has recently been posted to head Benin Zonal Office and thought it wise to come and intimate the Esama of Benin about the progress of work in NTA Benin.
Your Excellencies, Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawaru Igbeneghu, the Esama of Benin Kingdom, I'm honored to visit your esteemed residence as the Zonal Director of NTA Benin with my management team. We bring warm greetings from the extended NTA family and appreciate your warm reception, unwavering support, and partnership.
The host and Esama of Benin, an honorary Romanian consul to Edo and Delta States of Nigeria, His Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawaru Igbeneghu, thanked the august visitor. The Esama praised NTA management for their dogged determination to continue to improve on the quality of their broadcast programs. He expressed the hope that Mrs. Tenny Ajayi will take the Benin Network Center to another level.
Everybody that come do their own and go, they steady working, the production, and it's improving. I'm so happy.
The children of late DIG Pari Osayande were also at the house of Igbeneghu to thank the Esama of Benin for his support to the family during the recently concluded burial of their father.
We came to say thank you to our very, very dear father, who has been such an immeasurable support to us since we lost our dad. He's just been there for us.
Late Deputy Inspector General of Police Pari Osayande was a bosom friend of the Esama of Benin. He was the Esama's best man in London during the wedding of his late wife, Mrs. Irene Igbeneghu, mother of former DG Nigerian Airports Authority, Mr. Peter Igbeneghu. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
The Speaker, Edo State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Blessing Agbebako, appeals to the Federal Road Maintenance Agency during week under review to rehabilitate federal roads in Edo State, which he described as being in deplorable condition. Now moving on to some security reports now. Edo State Police Command during week under review assured residents that it is intensifying strategies to curb the rising cases of kidnapping and other crimes across the state, particularly incidents recorded in farming communities. The Command's Public Relations Officer, CSP Moses Yamu, explained that several initiatives, including the Community Safety Partnership, strengthened intelligence gathering, and embraced synergy with sister security agencies, are being implemented to address insecurity in the state. In the same vein, we told you during week under review, the operatives of the Edo State Security Service Corps arrested 3 suspects in separate incidents involving burglary and alleged sexual molestation of minors in Ubo and Esige areas of Benin City. The suspects have been handed over to the police for further investigation. In case you're just joining us, the program is News Review. We'll go on a quick break. When we return, the program News Review will continue. Please do stay tuned. Thank you so much for staying tuned to the program News Review. Now moving on Tuesday last week, Oba Market traders staged a heated protest at King Square, blocking the entrance of Edo State House of Assembly. The protesters appealed to the legislators to help them resolve the recent order for traders to vacate the markets by January 2026. And a cheerful note reported last week that the Executive Director of Operations, Independent Television and Radio, Chief Eda Ogbeide Ogunwose, was commended for his immense contributions to the media industry. The commendation came during the 8th edition of the Best of Edo Awards 2025, held at the Sir Victor Waifo Creative Hall, Benin City, where he was honored with the Media Icon of the Year award. The chairman of the Nigerian Union of Journalists, Dr. Festus Alenhe, Ambassador Lancelot Oduwa Imasuen, among others, were also honored for excellence in their various phases of human endeavor.
On behalf of Best of Edo Award, because certainly you are one of the best in your chosen area. Chief Eda Ogbeide Ogunwose.
The Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ogbeide Ogunwose, received the Media Icon Award for 2025, surrounded by friends, colleagues, and family members. The Best of Edo Awards, established in 2018, aims to recognize and honor illustrious sons and daughters of Edo State who have distinguished themselves in their respective careers. The initiative is championed by Sir Paul Ofoni, the visionary and chief executive.
We celebrate not just achievements, but the spirit of excellence, innovation, and distinction that defines the Edo people across the world.
20 notable personalities of Edo extraction, accompanied by their families and friends, received various awards. The chairman of NUJ Edo State, Dr. Festus Alenke, was honored for his contributions to the growth of journalism, while iconic filmmaker Ambassador Lancelot Oduwa Imasuen, with countless movies and home videos to his credit, was also recognized alongside others.
For all the good work they are doing for our dear state and for humanity, congratulations.
We congratulate you, our brother Chief Ambassador Dr. Lancelot Oduwa Imasuen.
The governor Special Youth Impact Recognition Award. Congratulations.
The awardees expressed gratitude to the organizers for the honor.
I dedicate this award to my dear wife and my 4 children, and to Independent Television and Radio that has given me the platform to operate, that I am getting this recognition today. Then above all, to serve Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawaru Igbenedion, the Esama of Benin Kingdom, the Esama of the universe.
Prior to the awards, a documentary of the recipients were on display, which highlighted their impact and contributions. A major side attraction at the ceremony was a captivating performance by a young girl, Kimberly Ofoni, whose songs and poetry reflected the theme of the event, Ideas in Motion. The 8th edition of the Best of Edo Awards showcased fashion, entertainment, and networking opportunities. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
Independent Television and Radio during Reconda Review officially unveiled and welcomed its 2025 Father Christmas, Father Paul, at a colorful ceremony held at the corporate head office in Benin City, signaling the beginning of the station's annual festival celebration. Management and staff of the station, led by the Executive Director Operations, Senior Eda Ogbedo Wonsi, were on hand to receive Father Paul, who arrived with loads of gifts for children and guests.
Official reception of Father Paul amidst chairs at the Independent Television Corporate Headquarters. Management and staff of ITV, sponsors from Get Rich Real Estate and Sun Peak Energy, teachers and students of St. Agnes University Preparatory School were in high spirit as they welcomed the august visitor. Executive Director, Operations, Chief Elder Obede Omuwase, in his address, described the annual Father Christmas program as one of ITV's longest-running social engagement initiatives designed to create memorable experiences for children while fostering community bonding during the festive season.
The pleasurable experience from the past Father Christmas is nothing compared to what we are going to experience this year.
Director, Independent Radio, Dr. Dano Mosuzi, said the event provides an avenue for the station to fulfill its corporate social responsibilities to the Christian community and also enables staff to feel the essence of the season.
The management of Independent Television and Radio cherish this event.
The event featured a variety of games and entertainment, including a committee umbrella dance, students dance competition, teachers dance competition, and male and female staff dance competition. The high point of the occasion was the distribution of gifts to students and guests in attendance by Father Paul. Some of the students and sponsors commended ITV for the early initiative.
We love you, ITV. We hope to come back next year for another episode of Father Christmas Party.
In a closing remark, Deputy General Manager, Independent Television, Dr. Sonudio Kokoson, announced that the 2025 Father Christmas is open to the public from November 20th, 2025 to January 1st, 2026.
Now that Father Paul is here, we call on schools, churches, corporate organizations to avail themselves of this opportunity to delight their children this Yuletide.
From Benin, Jola Diljo, ITV News.
Without report on ITV Father Christmas, we call it a wrap on today's edition of the program News Review. Do not forget to keep it there to test next week Sunday. We shall be bringing you the program News Review again. I am Deborah Ivie Ugwefron. I'll see you next week. To have a wonderful week ahead. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best. Also, waiting they happen.
Make it better pass like this. Say make it better pass like this. Say make it better pass like this. And I pray one day.
Also, waiting they happen.
That's if you see something, say something on a moat, I did so. Na moat, I did so. But who they put that in, they put that in. Who they feel and they feel am. However, na moat be this. This side, na Ewabogu. This side, na Obe. Obe na Ribo. This side na Obe. This side na Ewabogu. But people don't they block the moats as they block different moats for different area. Ministry of Environment, Edo State government, make a show or something. Community, na moto, you go see and now say during rainy season, if rain fall, people go they shout. Who they park, who no fit enter. Because of the way people don't block our moat. Who block the moat? Some say na landlord and landladies. Some say na the community people. Some say they want sell them. But this na example. I dey for Ikpobaka. See Obe. See Ewabogun. Hey, who they throw away dirty for moat? They throw away dirty for moat. If government catch you. But see this one now. This place when I did so, they very popular. They call it Police Woman Junction. Police Woman Junction. Yana Obe. Yana Ewabogun. Now the moat be they come. They don't they put sand. My people, share them. Drop your comments. Like them. Edo State Ministry of Environment. Edo State Government. Town and Planning. Now one of our historical monuments. Name be this boat. Okay, the moat see they go. But they don't block here. Hey, what? Hey! 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 No fear, no fear, no fear, no fear, no fear. No fear, no fear, no fear. As they watch me, so how you dey? Area journalists, national journalists, international journalists. I did for Ikpobaka local government. Here na Ewabogun, this is na Obe, here na moat. So that the water where they go, they gather for this area, it go they pass here, they go siriri wherever. But they don't they feel them. Then they feel them, they feel them, they feel them, they feel them, they feel them. Then they feel them, they feel them, they feel them, they feel them. Now so it be. Now so it be for different area. People don't feel moat, build house on top of moat. How we go they shout? Erosion, 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 erosion. Hey, what? My leg, you better say my leg does this for you. But community chairman, how can I really? Who can sell the moat? They sell them, who they feel them? Ojewe, how can I really chairman? Who they feed the moat? But this place, now me that popular Police Woman Junction. Moat! That said now Obe, this is now Ewabogun. But hey, he give me. Come. Bless it. Help us, somebody will help me here. Come with this guy, come try to drag me. My leg. Come. My leg shook for a second. Shara, drop your comment. Hey, whoa. Thank you, my guy. Thank you. So the months they go, that they feel them. They feel them. Ministry of Environment. Edo State Government. Moot. I'm not pass here. I'm not pass here. But why you want to go buy land? Why you want to go build house on top of moat? Why? Ministry of Environment must come here. Edo State Government must send town and planning. I need to go meet the guy for town and planning. This is now one of our monuments. Because they wonder where I dey for Edo State. I dey for Ikpobaka local government. I dey for one popular area. See Obe, see Ewabogun. Moat na pass here. Moat. Here na be the popular woman police junction. Very popular for this area. But Ewabogun and Obe community where una dey. The Okayele where una dey, the Ojewe where una dey. Here we feel any. Cameraman, Clary, bring your hand. I got dog go. My cameraman. Sir.
Also, waiting they happen.
They go. They don't feel am. They don't feel am. Shut up! Now different things they happen for the moat. Okay. Now moat today, moat. Fuck Babaha. They all the filler. Edo State Government, Ministry of Environment, Edo State Urban Planning, Town Planner, Ewabogu, Anobe, community where we are there. I need water. This one set rabbit trap for you. Good. This one good. Now better trap. If rabbit pass them, I still set up for you. Okay, this one I will put the plantain and put entire with red and white. You see the plantain, no see I see the plantain red and white here. Any attempt, you see any attempt for you to cut this plantain. Now red and white the type to both pampas and different yama things. Tenant and landlord with this area, they don't turn the moat to their dustbin. But if you still support me now, call my number 080 55 40 73 59. This journalist work. I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest. Some of us are not faithful. People go to say Nigeria. Now we will be the people where they say Nigeria. And when they make things hard for ourselves, this country. Report all this kind of yama motor they don't cover. Build house on top of moat. Put dirty for moat. Put different things. Welcome to They don't feed the goat. They don't fear. No, now yeah, I sink dust now. You give me rhyme, I'm not pass here. So people get house, see house. I don't have pressure. Only God can do what no man can do. Unchangeable, reliable. Shut up. Only God can do what no man.
Also, waiting they happen.
That's what I mean.
Merci. Egbera me oton ya mi. Ogbe ma be ti awo, se lo gbe ewo. Ogbe ma be ti awo, se lo gbe ewo, se lo gbe. Se lo gbe. Se lo gbe. Merci.
Also, waiting they happen.
Make it better pass like this. Say make it better pass like this. Say make it better pass like this. And I pray one day.
What happen? Where your key? What happen?
Where your key?
Where your trouser? Hey, wait. Record. Hey. What happen? What happen? What happen?
For what now? For the vigilante again? It's very
What happen? Calm down. Wear your cloth. See your charger. Calm down. Wear cloth. They don't collect your key now.
I don't do anything. You collect my money. You wear cloth.
Don't collect your
money. Wear your cloth. They don't come on here. You wear cloth.
They don't come on. Wear your cloth. Now make you naked. Now make you naked. Now make you naked.
They oppress me. They oppress me.
Not only you. Driver the pay these people. Not only you. You get one day for this Aduawa market. I just park on the
However, I won't go get those state government. Now these are those state task force people, Abi. Okay, those state task force. I go talk to Aneto for Aduawa side, Abi.
I don't know why not to from Aduawa to this side. That will not be so supposed to do work now. People to the episode say demand they
the man naked.
Relax your mind.
Calm down. See your money, gather your money, calm down.
But money well I don't want for here. About 20,000 they remove her.
They collect your money.
They don't remove her.
All those people wait on those stuff.
Yeah, they're wrong. They're wrong now. We don't wait now. If what they do is according to the law, don't wait now. Why they do the wrong? They don't see me, they don't start to do the wrong.
Now our government finds something to do for us. At least there should be bus stop in Edo State, please. There should be bus stop in Edo State. Bus stop? There should be bus stop in Edo State. Bus stop? You cannot just come and hold vehicle wey just park like this, and you know say they don't put bus stop. They don't put no parking here. Normally for Uselu, they go mark somewhere like this. You cannot park above this place. After government should come and visit us. Come, now, don't do that. Calm down, lock your door. The door don't hook. Where killer?
I don't got key now. Let go in my cage just tell you. The one who kill me.
They carry the key come out now?
Yes, sir.
Call this side.
What I tell you, they just hook me.
And they don't run with the key.
You say where they run? They run with the key, they run. They go wait.
Respect. I don't come out to.
Paper, I want to take my key.
Calm down. I'll monitor them. I'll go look for them. Aduawa. You have Aduawa.
Upper Mission Road. Inside, they are the own motor necessarily. They don't pursue me.
I'll go track them. Don't worry, I'll go track them.
Osulu, waiting they happen. Osulu, waiting they happen.
Different area, different streets, they face different challenge. You know, saying when we go to tell governments, gully. It get the way gully till they start. If you see this one now this one they call growing gully. But my people, how are they? Not be smart, you know. They say if you see something, say something. And they from one day local government, that Summit Road, and the people they within that area, they go surprise see their house now that they show online. But this not growing gully. They say if the water they come now, but it don't they cut and they constant erosion control. My very good friend, the General Bramo. You know, say I tell you, say, as an area journalist, now me go fit tell you we all these things. You see, I say for those days we get big gully. Now so the gully take start, but this one now, I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest, and to serve Nigeria with all my strength. Now so it's supposed to be. Now so this thing go to grow, go to expand. Before you know, all these houses were there, they go enter. Before you know, all these houses were still there by the left side, all of them go enter. But the landlord and landladies were there the area. They say they don't try. Okay, come. Okay, you there?
We thank God. Well done.
Where this water? Where they cut this gully? Where they come from?
They come from a coffee. From 3 years ago, it not come. Then from about 4 years ago, no water here. From 3 years ago, now water they come from a coffee. Where they come from now? It's from that side now. If you reach there now, you go see and I
more they suffer the work.
Now I cut this one where we did so now. So they don't finish here everywhere. I not fit drive out now again. I'm not there, I not fit drive out.
But una will be the landlord for this area. Una don't try. Una where una dey where this thing they cut and where una dey consiam na consiam. Where una dey where they cut like this.
We don't try, General. We don't try. This one not be. This one man load. They said SOB not be one man load. We had over tribe ourselves. They did overpower us. Now I make us say make we call Senator Ochobole. He Okpeboro make come assist us for here.
Senator Mode Okpeboro.
Sunday Okpeboro make come assist us for here because the thing don't overpower.
We get local government chairman. Then I want there with this so. Okay, now growing gully be this so. Now this one. That's how gully tell the start.
Exactly. That's all. Now with this so. Now with this so. Don't see up that now. No feet.
Hey.
See the bag when we take feet here the other day now. Here now it don't go down.
Oh yes sir.
Now my wife with that. So this one now we done the pillar that day. Now rain went just for the Saturday night carry everything.
See growing gully is another one oh.
Yeah, I said that small. How would they go so now?
Where they go? Hey. Tell me say friend they fall.
We not come out. You cannot come out. Like. Cannot come out.
But you will they watch us now. How your area be? How your community be? We not go feel liver for government. And we need to also inform government. So that we go let government know. Bros. I just say now only in the area. That's everything. Mama, may you still call this, may you still call this one. May I just say now only you did the area. But that's everything now. More they work, you know, come out to the you just
they come here from shop.
From shop? At this area you stay.
Not the area they stay. No, they will not get road again.
If rain they fall, I dey pay for this place.
If you see the erosion in the here, you don't see the one we happen for Philippines. Now like this, I saw just before this place.
For Philippines.
You see that erosion that yes. I saw just before. If rain fall for here, you don't feel pass. You don't go allow yourself. Maybe you will consent. You see, say houses now they cut. The things they cut, they go. For those people, these people don't go even enter house.
See growing gully there. Oh.
Exactly.
You don't know grass or gully.
You go check front. You go see.
More they go. Waka they go. You know, say this. These people for this area, they not let me rest for the past 2 years. Call me Dokpa. Console me. But I won't call on the Oga engineer, the man with the charge of erosion control. Oga engineer, you get a lot of work to do erosion control for Wode, for Bobaga, for Oredo, for Esako, for Esalang. Where una dey before this thing they cut this like this. Yeah. Yeah, una dey.
We try ourselves. You know, every year we spend millions on self-contribution, self-effort to try to make sure we do this thing. But you
all this house they go enter inside though.
That's more email. Not see this one now. Not the theater house again. So that we dey try self-effort. We dey try, but we not go fit control erosion. No guy, our power no go fit this one. This one na government project.
Okay, your house go enter inside here oh.
It's so. They don't see and a person motor be down. Not enter company.
They want to well for television.
Correct. Okay, see growing gully for your front. Growing gully.
Watch this one. This one's not the enter house again. This one's not the enter house again.
I want beg Edo State government. Send your engineers, Ministry of Environment, Edo State Erosion Control and Watershed.
Motor they don't fit enter their compound.
I need to carry your guy for erosion come here. That means that the rain they come. For Philippines.
You see that erosion when they carry people houses. That's what it be for this side.
But where have you passed here? Where did they pass here go? Okay, we have Federal Psychiatric Hospital there. That road service still get as it be.
Waiting they happen.
Main road extension for Idokpa for one day local government. Landlord and landladies, they don't try their best. So many tenants don't run, they don't park. Hey,
I hear with this is for more than 15 years now.
Okay.
We
God will heal
to
you.
waka.
Call this American, make you see the.
To waka for the other problem. To drive back, back of the person. Motor of the person. See the road, not everywhere. Look at
this place.
So we don't there for many years.
The water they come from.
From the castle. From so now, I had the package pass. What do we need now with the big government, our governor now? Make our help us. Because of our age to help us. To make sure say this will make our help us do one. We don't get part to do one.
Mommy, how are you? I'm fine. Count your blessings, name them one by one. Count your blessings, see what the Lord has done. Count your blessings, name them one by one. And it will surprise you what the Lord has done. You be Bini?
I be Bini.
Ogbe ma be ti awo, selogbe. Ogbe ma be ti awo,
selogbe.
Ogbe ma be ti awo,
selogbe.
Selogbe. Selogbe. Selogbe. Selogbe. Selogbe. Sorti de happen.
Say make you better pass like this. Say make you better pass like this.
Waiting they happen.
But for the past 2 years, you not let me rest. You did disturb my line, they come my line, they come.
How will I let you rest? There I shall say snake they up zinc. Other than they sleep for house. When this place I cannot enter my house, I go let you enter. No. See, my motor I can't drive them. You know, as I be. Now machine, you know see the road yourself. I know they eat making enter my belly.
Daddy.
You know see where you know see front.
Golly, they come from this side. They come from this side. This water.
Now here it is.
Hey.
Now here. I can't to government. I don't know. They say they give contractor C4. C4 for the past 6 years or 5 years. We'll not see them again. Government, I be make a speaking for them.
Let's say Monday Senator, Monday Pewolo. The year is away, but what will be the solution to this water with the one drive all of now come from this area?
You yes, I be Guinea. Solution na government. Now government near God. If God say yes, now so now government say if government say yes, now government. If government say here now today, this erosion go come out. Not me where they go. Okay, I say erosion come out. It come out so. If government just say now erosion come out, the everything will go concern the erosion don't go final.
They send their engineer come.
Hey, I go happy. Oh, see my hand for up. I the beg God. I the beg government. Make them send the engineer come now before. I know give date
for 2026 budget. Now go enter now.
January. The big
rain they fall for this area. High they be.
If you see that motor so, it go swallow him. It go swallow and move. If you see, not see machine now because this one day before yesterday night fall. Not as machine they pass here now. The other day, if 4 woman where they go clinic, he carry baby. This road. I call my boy. I say I better come help this woman come up for floor.
What you not don't do now? We be landlord. What
we
you not don't do to help yourself?
Okay.
Eh?
You see this fence where I make so? Now to make sure say water no enter my house. And I saw that we other landlord. We don't try. The more we try, the more they go back. If we are 100% front today, the next year it will be 200% backward. I beg, what's you know?
Talk to Senator Monday Bawolo with this side here.
Oh, me man. No, who do me working me ugawa. Iya me gina. Iba me gina na wa. Say when I wo go. Ida kide di gwan yo honkin. E de di gwan no when I wo. Ba say when they bore ne dolo na man when ya ba na ba. Oh me me okin. Iya me gina na wa. Obasu no we kwa me gina na wa na we me go to me. Can you get your double motor? Obasiri. Why, my son? Okpebo, my wo. Tell me my family now. Mamudia Heo.
Sawmill Road.
Sawmill Road. Idokpa. Sawmill Road.
Who the local government?
Only.
Waiting they happen.
Television and radio here in the city of Benin. I hope you are having a very fantastic Friday afternoon. It's been very hot, but what we have to do is to keep going. On the show today, I have two wonderful guests with me, but before I introduce my guest, I'd like to say if you've been following us on this program, Hitches and Voices, we've been on a series for the past 3 weeks, which is on disability, love, dating and marriage. And I know many of our audience out there, many of our fan followers enjoyed that series thoroughly. But we're moving away from all that, and today our focus will be on the International Day for Persons with Disability, coming up on the 3rd of December this year. It is a yearly event, and who else to talk about this than the guest I have with me in the studio today, Executive Director, Network for the Advancement of Persons with Visible Disability, NAVID, Melody Omosa Esquire. Welcome to Hitches and Voices.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to be here.
I also have with me in the studio, Executive Director, Christabel Otueru Foundation, Onome Otueru. Welcome to Hitches and Voices.
Thank you for having me here today.
And we have a brand new sign language interpreter for today, standing in for Cynthia Godwinaya. It's Osarime Osabunye. She'll be interpreting for our deaf community. I'd like to welcome her to her maiden appearance on the program, Hitches and Voices. My name is Kingsley Okoje. Don't forget that this program is powered by Network for the Advancement of People with Visible Disabilities, NAVID. NAVID is a known name in Edo State and in Nigeria that is advocating for the rights of persons with disability. Without wasting so much time, we delve into the program proper now. I'd like to ask the Executive Director of NAVID the very first question. It's the International Day for Persons with Disability, a yearly event. We all know that that day is set aside by the United Nations to celebrate persons with disability. But NAVID, who has been at the forefront of the advocacy for persons with disability, has seized the opportunity of that day to have the Rights Above Charity Lecture. And I know this year will not be different. You're also planning to have that same lecture, which is the 14th in the series of lecture. Can you just take us through some historical background about the International Day for Persons with Disability and the Rights Above Charity Lecture?
All right, thank you. And again, I'm glad to be with listeners and viewers today. The United Nations in 1981 through 1991 declared a decade of recognizing the contribution of persons with disabilities, and they call it a decade of celebrating persons with disabilities. It was an era where particular attention was paid to persons with disabilities, their contributions, their resilience, the challenges, their plagues, their effort. And at the end of 1991, they decided in 1992 to set aside a day yearly to celebrate the contributions of persons with disabilities. By the reckoning of the United Nations, the world's population of about over 8 billion have 15% of that as persons with disability. If your mathematics or arithmetic is anything to go by, you will know we're talking about over 1 billion persons that live with disability. So it's a significant population of the world's demography that needs to be recognized.
That's like 2 continents put together.
Thank you very much. So that journey started in 1992, and since then, every year, attention has been paid to breaking down the barriers, as it were, identifying issues that militate against the integration of persons with disability fully into society, so much that they can operate and function on an equal basis with people without disability. So it's either hearing that it's either they are trying to break down one barrier, emphasizing inclusion and access. That's been the trajectory since 1992, and this year is no different. They are fostering inclusion fostering inclusion and leadership of persons with disability to make a society that works for all. That's what UN is looking at this year. Then at NAVID, in 2011, we inaugurated the Rights Above Charity Lecture, principally to emphasize the rights of persons with disabilities to coexist with their counterparts without disability on an equal basis with others, emphasizing their rights to political, economic, and social inclusion, recognizing the fact that disability, as it were, is a social construct. And when that is viewed from the lens that it's society that makes disability, then society also needs to find a way of appreciating the diversity of humanity and allowing everyone within their space to contribute to growth of society as much as they could. And like you said, since 2011, we have had a bit of history. This will be the 14th in its role of celebrating the International Day of Persons with Disabilities with a lecture themed Rights Above Charity Lecture. Like you also noted, the celebration is on the 3rd of December, which is Wednesday, December 3rd. And we have also planned to have activities, not just a lecture. We have a rally and also a lecture to commemorate this year's UN Day for Persons with Disabilities.
Beautiful. Executive Director, Christopher Otero Foundation. Your organization has been a big ally of the disability community, and you have participated in several International Day for Persons with Disability. How significant is that day for you? And why do you always partner with the community to celebrate that day?
Well, I will answer that question by saying we are not just allied, we are parts of the disability community. Because we don't just see ourselves as partners, but we are also part of that community. And that day, the way we see Christmas is the way I and my people see that very day. It's a big day because that day is created to create awareness to the society, because the way the public view people with disability in this part of the world is not that too encouraging, and we need more sensitization. We need more pushing of the importance of everyone identifying with persons with disability. You can rightly hear what the rundown Barrister Melody made just now concerning the UN and all the rest. All the UN is trying to do to make sure that more awareness are being created. And I thank God for this year's theme. It's talking about inclusion, right? And we are looking for total inclusion, 100% inclusion. We want people's perception concerning those who are living with disability to change, because either we like it or not, one way or the other, somebody out there will also join the community. Some may join by age. By the time they begin to age, they have become, they've joined the community of people with disability. You understand what I'm saying? And that's the reason why our people out there, their mindsets need to be changed. And I pray this year, the message, I pray it goes far beyond our targets. And the Living Above Charity lecture, Rights Above Charity lecture is also another means of reaching people. And I want to appreciate NAVID for that initiative, because it has really done so much in educating the people, and not just the people in authority. I've also learned so much about people with disability through that lecture. And as I rightly said, every 3rd of December is more like a Christmas to me, because it gives me joy seeing everybody going out there to tell the world that we are the same with those who perceive to be those who don't have disability. All right. You understand?
Yes. Thank you so much. I know that at the level of NAVID, the International Day for Persons with Disability is not just a mere ceremony. For the past 14 years, you've used that program to drive specific advocacy. You've used it to start certain campaign. What's the vision for this year? What are you targeting this year? What's the message? What's the central theme for this year's celebration?
All right, thank you. In 2011, when we started, the campaign was, we do not want issues of disabilities to be viewed as mere charity. It should not. I recall vividly the first speech I made on that day, while talking to His Excellency, the then Governor of Edo State, Adams Oshiomhole, who incidentally is now the Senator representing Edo North Senatorial District. I said, yes, he recognizes the disability community, but we do not want... I recall he was present at that event. He was present. He inaugurated the Rights Above Charity lecture, and we told him that this should go beyond the benevolence of any individual. And one way to do that is to institutionalize the rights of persons with disability by having a disability right law in place. And then we started a campaign that led to an executive bill to have a disability right law being transmitted to the House of Assembly in 2012, which of course wasn't passed then. Where, thank God, by 2023, after more than 10 years of repeated advocacy, we finally had a law, 2022 precisely. 2021, the Rights Above Charity lecture, which held at the Festival Hall in Government House, extracted a commitment, a deliberate commitment from the then governor of Edo State,
Godwin
Obaseki, that was it promising that in 2022 we will have a disability law. He said, he answered in the affirmative. And by July 28, 2022, a disability law was passed. We celebrated that and wanted a commission that the law created to be inaugurated by virtue of section 24 and 25 of the Edo State Persons with Disability Law. That was the focus of the 2024 Rights Above Charity lecture that was held on the 3rd of December last year. At the end of that program, a communique was issued calling on the newly inaugurated government in Edo State. By the way, the government just marked a year in the office, and our congratulations to him. We ask that as one of his first things to be done, and indeed for us a low-hanging fruit for the administration to take to achieve, was to inaugurate that commission. On the 26th of March this year, 2025, the Edo State Commission for Persons with Disability was inaugurated. You can see that there is a direct link between celebrating the International Day and using the platform of the Rights Above Charity lecture to demand certain strategic interventions of government in making society inclusive for persons with disability. For this year, 2025, we are celebrating the fact that we now have a commission. This will be the first time the disability community will be celebrating with a commission in place, saddled with the responsibility for their education, healthcare, and every other thing that is provided by the law.
All right,
and as a matter of fact, it's a joint celebration.
All right, we'll go into all of that, okay. But we'll go on a quick break now. We'll come back from the break. We'll continue our conversation with the Executive Director, NAVID, and the Executive Director, Christabel Otuero Foundation, Onome Otuero. We'll go on a short break now, and we'll be back. Happy faces there, celebrating NAVID for those beautiful intervention. At the level of NAVID, we do our best to intervene in the lives of persons with disability. And just in case you love what we do, you want to support us to keep more smiles on the faces of many persons with disability in Edo State and in Nigeria at large, you can support us. Our account number is on your screen. Give the little you can to advance the cause of NAVID. We'll go back to our conversation now. Don't forget, our conversation is on the International Day for Persons with Disability and the Rights Above Charity lecture coming up on the 3rd of December. And with me in the studio is the Executive Director, NAVID, Melody Omosa, Executive Director, Christabel Otuero Foundation, Onome Otuero. Once again, gentlemen, welcome to Ages and Voices. If you follow the theme of the International Day for Persons with Disability, something has been very constant in the theme. It is inclusion and access. Inclusion and access. How important is inclusion and access? And with the establishment of the Edo State Disability Commission, are we gradually moving towards inclusion and accessibility?
Well, for us to have inclusion in society, it needs to be particularly legislated on. And that's why we have the law for protecting the rights and interests of people with disability in the first place. Like I said earlier, was enacted in 2022. The commission to drive the implementation of that law was what was lacking. And I'm glad, like I said, in March this year, on the 26th of March this year, that commission was inaugurated. It is to drive inclusion, regulate the activities of government through its MDAs, ministry, department, and agency, ensure that there is inclusiveness in their programs and policy. And we have a watchdog at its way in the commission to ensure that all of this is made possible. The commission reached out to NAVID and to the Joint National Association of Persons with Disabilities, JONAPID, to say that they will want a joint celebration this year. And so for the first time, the Edo State Commission for Persons with Disabilities is working with NAVID to celebrate the Rights Above Charity lecture this year. So both the Commission, NAVID, and JONAPID, we all are collaborating to have the 2025 Rights Above Charity lecture. The lecture is fixed for Friday, the 5th of December. But before then, there will be a rally on the 3rd, which is indeed the International Day. We'll have a rally. We'll go to Government House, show our appreciation to government on inaugurating the commission, and also charge government on what they should do better to ensure that the commission is effective. For the lecture itself, which is for the 5th of December, we have a topic: from establishment to effectiveness, making inclusion the heartbeat of governance in Edo State. And we think that it is not just one of these bodies that should be put in place, but left not to carry out its statutory responsibility. Government must empower that commission to drive inclusion as far as programs and policies of the state is concerned. We have a lecturer, Professor Ngozi Onogbe. She is the Director of Research and Development in the University of Benin. She will be our keynote speaker on that day. If you permit me, His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpeholo, has been invited, as we said, as the special guest of honor, and we have guaranteed that he will be with us. The one that started this process, the senator representing Edo North, who inaugurated the Rights Above Charity lecture in 2011, will be with us on that day as the chairman of the occasion. So come the 5th of December at our usual venue. And by this day, I need to thank the management of Jasmine Gardens and Event Center, who every year yield to us their facility freely for persons with disabilities to come together and observe the International Day for Persons with Disabilities. So come the 5th of December this year, by 10 a.m., we all will be converged at the Jasmine Garden and Event Center on Airport Road by the Airport Entrance Gate, Benin City, to observe this day. We are sure that just as we have the commission come into force by virtue of our advocacy last year, we are going to see a difference in how government is going to run come 2026, and Edo State will be ready to set the pace for order to emulate as far as setting the agenda for inclusion as it regards persons with disabilities is concerned. Beautiful.
Mr. Anome, you belong to the civil society organization. How can we assist this commission to become more effective and not just become a dormant commission? What can the civil society do? How can we hold government and the commission accountable?
Yeah, as a member of the civil society, my advice is that the civil society can partner fully with the commission, and it's not all about criticism. Let's also look for a way to make the commission stronger, and also help in suggesting ideas that will move the commission forward, because it's new. This is what we fought for. Now it's here. So it's the duty of the civil society to partner with the commission and see how the commission get from where it is now to a higher ground, so that every child out there living with disability. Every man, every woman, everyone with disability out there can benefit strongly from the commission.
Okay, I'm aware that there are like 14 states who have an existing commission for persons with disability, but some have argued that most of these commissions are mere welfareist organizations. How do we ensure that the Edo State Commission is different and focus more on the issue of rights than just being a welfareist commission?
Is that question for me?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Whether the commission is welfareist in their approach will be dependent on the law that sets it up. 15 states so far have either a commission or an agency that champions the issues of persons with disabilities in the 36 states, waiting for others to follow suit. About 23 states have a disability law in place. When the law is not made to be a right-based law, there you have a challenge. Don't forget that the National Disability Act, the Discrimination Against Persons with Disability Prohibition Act, was enacted in 2018. Before then, some states already have a disability law in place. And the advantage Edo State have is that our law was tailored after the federal legislation, which by itself is a right-based law. And so it is not going to be, it's not a welfareist. It wasn't created to be a welfareist body, because issue of disability has evolved from being a charity based to being that of being a human right based. So that's why it's a disability right law that we are talking about here. So we do not think that working together with government, civil society, and keeping to the letters of the law, Edo State Commission will just be welfareist without addressing disability from the standpoint of rights.
Rights.
Yes.
All right, just take us through a rundown of some of the speakers that has participated in your event and what we look forward for Wednesday and Friday.
Like I mentioned, we have Professor Ngozi Onuegbe, a very dynamic, astute legal luminary. She will be speaking to us on the 5th of December. She is coming on the heels of several heavyweights. We have had people like Justice Peter Akihero on our platform. In fact, he was the first speaker. We have had Professor Eddie Eragbe of the University of Benin. We have had Barrister Femi Falana, SAN. We have had Professor Michael Uzekomen, SAN. Last year, we have Professor Yinka Omoregbe, former Attorney General Commissioner for Justice, Edo State, SAN. And several doctors, Sagi Obayuwana, several professors, legal luminaries, and people who have made their impact as far as they have held their own high intellectually in this country, whose voice cannot easily be drowned. We have had them on our platform. And so we are adding to that by bringing Professor Onuegbe this year. And just to round up, let's remember that on the 3rd of December, we are having a rally, and the convergence will be at the Ring Road, just by the House of Assembly. By 7 a.m., we are already gathering. And after that, we'll proceed and have a road rally on that day.
All right, like they say in local parlance, NAV itself not small. For you to be able to pull all of this heavyweight to the program. We're looking forward to Wednesday, which is the rally, and Friday, which is the lecture. Do well to join us to celebrate the International Day for Persons with Disabilities. It's a wrap on the program today. Don't forget, this program came to you courtesy of Network for the Advancement of People with Visible Disability. NAVI, gentlemen, thank you for coming on the program.
Thank you.
Till next week, spot the hitch and be a voice.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Viewers, once more, we welcome you to Message of Islam, reaching you from Independent Television Benin. Today, inshallah, we want to look at the topic, condemnation of murder in Islam. Condemnation of the crime or the offense of murder in Islam. Inshallah, to this topic I have with me in the studio this evening. Close to me on my left is Ustaz Sani Abdul Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the program.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you for having me, and salam alaikum viewers.
Alhamdulillah. And we also have in the studio this evening Professor Bunyamin Aidi Al-Adi. Professor Bunyamin Aidi, salam alaikum. Welcome to the program.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Viewers at home, peace be unto you all.
Alhamdulillah. Yes, we are looking at this topic, condemnation of murder in Islam. We are looking at any topic as far as Islam is concerned. We are looking at it in line with what submission to the will of God entails, because Islam radically means submission to the will of Almighty Allah. Let me start with you. Start Sani Abdul Hafiz. What is murder? Let's start with the definition.
In the name of Allah, all praise is due to Allah. We ask for Allah's peace and blessings upon our noble Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Murder, simply put, in the definition of Islam, is the taking of the life of another person for no just cause and without having the authority to do so. Taking the life of another person for no just cause and without the authority to do so. We have to put it this way because sometimes there are some kind of penalties that may involve having to take the life of another person. So such is not regarded as murder in Islam. For example, if somebody committed adultery and they have to be stoned to death, you don't call that murder. But stoning the person to death requires authority. So if you say somebody committed adultery and you say because we are Muslims, we cannot see an adulterer, and so we take up arms and lynch the person to death, we have committed murder because we have no authority to do so. So murder is to take the life of another person for no just cause and without authority to do so.
Alhamdulillah. I'm coming to you now, Prof. Now, what is the punishment for murder in Islam? One who has committed the offense of murder.
Of course, the definition of murder as far as Islam is concerned has been given by Malam Abdul Hafiz Sani. In addition to what he just said, before I go to the punishment for murder, the issue of committing adultery, before you can even carry out the punishment, there must be witnesses. Witnesses to say, at least two same men who will not lie. And it's not, adultery is not something that you commit in the presence of anyone. So even when the act had been carried out and the person just came out of the room with a towel or whatever, and it's at that point one of the witnesses see them, you don't have any right to now come out and say you think that is what they went inside to do. So before you even catch the person red-handed or the person's red-handed, it will be very, very difficult. And that is why most times it's left between you and your creator. Now, having said that, the punishment for murder, the moment... The
standard of proof in adultery is more than that.
Yes.
We are required to produce 4 eyewitnesses.
Thank you. 4 eyewitnesses. Yes, thank you. 4 eyewitnesses. Now, the punishment for murder is also that the life of the person that has committed it must be taken. And it will not be taken except the family of the person say, well, no problem. So there are 2 or 3 categories as mentioned in the Quran. The murder could be what the lawyers would call the manslaughter, if it is not intentional, just by mistake. And if it is intentional, someone intentionally takes the life of another person and it's established that the person did that intentionally. Such individual, once it's caught, you take the life of such person as well. So the Islam doesn't play with the life of an individual. even when you say the life of the fetus, who you want to regard as not a full physical human being, Islam takes care of that. So as much as possible, even the life of animals, Islam takes care of that. Because in Islam, Islam doesn't allow you to take the life of an animal without you having any need for such animal. So much as we protect the lives of human beings, we protect the life of every living being.
Thank you very much. We are looking at the topic, condemnation of murder in Islam. In Islam, life is so sacred. It is Almighty Allah who created us and is the owner of all the life. In fact, you do not have the right to take your own life, take your own soul. You commit suicide, you go straight to the hellfire. We have a lot of misconceptions when it comes to all these issues in Islam. If you commit suicide, in Islam, you go to the fire of hell. Islam has zero tolerance for the offense of murder. Now, Ustaz Sani Abdul Hafiz, I'm coming back to you again. Now, in a situation where we have Muslims whose lives are not governed by the Sharia law, which stipulates steep penalties for criminal offenses, what is your take on that?
As it relates to murder, when you don't have
we have
the Sharia law,
even where you have laws of the land as regards a particular offense.
You know, the general rule, whenever the Sharia authority is not in place, more of a rule of alaykum anfusukum. That is, you are in charge of yourself. In charge of yourself to guard yourself and conduct yourself in a way and manner that you don't commit sins. You don't do whatever Allah has prohibited, including committing murder. It's a complex, scenario for a Muslim to actually live in, because there has to be law in place. There has to be the Sharia in place to bring everybody to book whenever they overstep the boundaries of Allah. But unfortunately, where you live in a place where the Sharia law is not in place, the second question will be, is there any law in place at all? If there is a law in place at all, then the law in place has to be followed to protect lives as it relates to murder. Nobody has a right to take the life of another person. The Islamic fights, so to say, that you had in the time of the Prophet ﷺ, at some point they have to be brought to a halt. Bringing them to a halt required coming into agreements, coming into some kind of treaties, some kind of terms of peace. Those terms of peace are, terms that all of us are committed to in order to see that we don't spill the blood of one another. So as long as those laws are in place, the Muslim is also binded by this law that you don't take the life of another person. This is actually how the ulama describe a state that has a constitution. Like Nigeria, for example. It has a constitution. The constitution represents the agreement between all parties that form the state called Nigeria. Whether they are traditionalists, they are Muslims, they are atheists, they are Christians, they are Jews, all of us are captured in this constitution. So that we are all binded by the law of respecting one another, protecting the life of one another, ensuring that there is always peace and there is no crisis.
Thank you very much.
Now,
Professor, I will come back to you again. We have some countries that have abolished death penalty. Condemnation of murder in Islam. The penalty for murder in Islam is you will be executed if you are found guilty of murder. What is your view on abolition of death penalty when Almighty God that created us has made that law that whoever kills and is found guilty should be executed.
You see, there is no way we will not have problems in every society where we try to modify the natural laws that govern us, that govern every society. It's one of the ways through which people modify the natural laws. And wherever you have that, will not be far from crisis. Because, for instance, in Nigeria, assuming we still uphold that is, whoever takes the life of another person unjustly, such individuals should also be eliminated. If we abide with it, we'll not be running into series of crises that we have nowadays. We have so many examples of people that were kidnapped before ransoms were paid. Such individuals were eliminated. Even when ransoms have been paid, they still went ahead to kill them. Quite a number of times we have read that certain numbers of kidnappers, bandits, terrorists, or whatever, committing one heinous crime or another, were arrested. Later, we will still hear that they receive amnesty.
But Nigeria did not abolish death penalty.
I'm coming. Now, much as we do not abolish death penalty, how many times have we in this country heard of someone that was condemned in any court of law to murder, and such persons were eventually executed, either publicly or privately in any secret places? We've not heard of that in the past 30 years. And that is why we keep, rigmaroling around a circle. Because right from the time kidnapping started some years back, if we had adopted that, right from the time the Iptro banditry started, the terrorism started, all these forms of criminalities in our society, if we had adopted execution of anyone that was found guilty, after carrying out all the decent investigations and you confirm that this person actually did this, if you execute them, automatically nobody will want to venture into such things. But at the end of the day, you still find them on the street of the streets of the town. Now, coming back really to other countries where they have abolished that, they try as much as possible to keep such individuals out of circulation. And what they believe is that, separating them from the society, not having any contact with anyone, is even worse than killing. You've heard of people that were confided or that are confided life imprisonment. In one room, they only give them maybe 1 hour of refreshment during the day or at night, depending on whatever the person chooses. Keeping the person solitarily in that kind of environment can be worse. And it can be likened to, al-fitna to ashadu min al-qatl. Keeping someone in permanent condition of tribulation may be worse than death sometimes. But whichever one we adopt in the country, as it is today, Nigeria cannot even be said to have adopted anyone. We are just floating, and that is why we have this mirage of crisis within us today.
Our law is very clear. We have the law stipulating death penalty for some offenses. Another thing is the enforcement of the laws. I'm coming to you now, Ustaz Sani Abdul Hafiz. Now, is it permissible in Islam to, in the guise of jihad, perpetrate heinous crimes like murder?
No, it's never permitted in the laws of Islam.
What is jihad?
So,
jihad means killing the innocent?
Jihad is a struggle, by the literal translation. And this struggle can be in any form, which one of the forms is actual fighting. And the way to express it is to say that you are struggling to enforce Allah's law. You are trying to, live the life that Allah says you should live. Obey Allah's law. It's a continuous struggle. You are struggling with yourself. You are struggling with the forces. Then you now have it at a point in time where you have forces that feel that you should not even exist because you are a Muslim. that you shouldn't exist. So this is the point at which the Prophet ﷺ was told that you should fight back.
Is it part of jihad to be involved in banditry and terrorism?
Yeah, you know, you asking the question that what's jihad? That's why we are trying to explain it. It's not. It's not. Banditry is not jihad. Terrorism is not jihad. Whatever other forms of crimes people committing, it's not jihad.
A police officer who is fighting against the armed robbers, is he not performing jihad?
He's performing a jihad because he's trying to, is struggling against disturbances to the society,
so whatever you
to
do,
the community. Everything you do to keep the community safe, peaceful, and, you know, progressing is a jihad. So it can be in any form. Now, coming back to the point of banditry, I feel actually very disturbed to even want to connect them at all. They are not in the same line. Because banditry is for some economic gain. We can put it that way.
Banditry is evil.
Yes, it's evil. It's for economic gain. Those who are into it, they know what they are out for. Even in jihad, you don't come to a place where people are just living and then you launch an attack on them because they are not Muslims. No, you don't do that. So when you say that some people are terrorists and then they go to a place of non-Muslim occupants in order to get everybody dead.
Or even Muslim occupants.
Okay, Muslim. No, normally when you want to talk about jihad, you want to talk about the non-Muslim. That's why you can't call it jihad. Because many of the time, Muslims are involved in what you also call the banditry, terrorism, insurgency, kidnapping. Muslims are involved. They pay the ransom. They lose the lives of their relatives. Mosques are destroyed. Worshippers are maimed. So how could you call it jihad? They are not close. They are not the same thing. So it's part of what the society need to be educated about. The Quran talks about jihad, but jihad is not banditry. It's not terrorism. It's not insurgency. It is not kidnapping. It is the Prophet ﷺ fought against Makkans. The Makkans was the home where he was born. He has been expelled from Makkah to Medina. And the people did not only expel him, they took arms to go face him in Medina to say, this man cannot continue to live. Whoever believes in him will be crushed. That was when Allah said, now,
Thank you very much. You are allowed to defend yourself, you defend your life. And so it is part of jihad to defend your life. Prophet said one tradition. That if a thief attacks you, you should fight him. And the companion asked, how about if he kills me because of the fight? Prophet says, you will go to paradise. He now said, how about if I kill him? Prophet says, if you kill him, he will go to the hellfire. So jihad is from the word jahada, to strive, to struggle. But it has to be a positive struggle. Striving in the cause of God. And God is good. And God is not evil. Saving a life is part of jihad. As a medical doctor, you are called and you left your home at midnight, rushing to the hospital to save the life of that accident victim. That is jihad. Jihad is to struggle, to strive in the cause of God. Professor Budami Naide, Nigeria has been declared or was declared as a country of particular concern. And we are also hearing allegations of Christian genocide. What is your take on that?
Well, of course, when you look at the word genocide as applied to what we have in Nigeria, it's not only our Christian brothers, sisters that one can say are the victims of genocide in Nigeria. Because look at the issue of kidnapping, the issue of terrorism, banditry that we mentioned earlier on. All these one cut across various tribes, various religions, even including those that don't proclaim either Christianity or Islam. The victims vary in terms of age, in terms of tribes, in terms of religion. So one cannot really say that it's only the Christians that are involved, except that we are trying to just heat up the polity. And where the danger is the fact that assuming the people we are calling from outside come here to come and assist us fight others, there is no way we will not run into more problems. Because in areas where they had intervened in the past, there is no part of the world where we have had intervention of these persons that we are calling, that they have stable society till today. Talk of Libya, talk of Somalia, talk of Syria, talk of even the Middle East. There is nowhere that is peaceful up to today. Now, if you say they should come, no bomb or bullet is labeled Christians or Muslims. If they drop any bomb anywhere, the devastation will not separate people based on religion or will not destroy people based on religion or tribes. So therefore, what we need to pray for and also strive for is there is a general problem, that there are general problems that we all have. The issue of hunger is there. The issue of mounting anger is there, which is necessitated by the situation we find ourselves in this country. So if someone is hungry, hunger as it is today doesn't differentiate between religions, doesn't differentiate between tribes. We are all hungry, we are all angry the same way. So we should not, based on the fact that certain persons are looking for favors outside the shores of Nigeria, then magnify the problem beyond what we will be able to bear when the consequences come. The consequences may be enormous. This country belongs to every one of us, whether we are Christians or we are Muslims or we are atheists, or we don't even believe in any existence of any God. This country belongs to us all, and we must defend it by our conduct, by our character, and by that band of humanity that
much.
All of us are together in this.
Thank you. Ustaz, what is the government expected to do? The duty of government is to protect life and property.
The government, among everything they have done, which is striving to see how much they protect life and properties, we can only say that more should be done. More should be done, and just as has been mentioned, that when criminals that are involved in these activities are arrested, they should be promptly dealt with according to the law. And when Allah mentioned about punishing the adulterer, let some of the people witness their punishment, so that it will be shown that the one who lost a life will know that the person that killed my person has been dealt with.
That will serve as deterrent to others. Thank you very much, viewers. We have been looking at the topic, condemnation of murder in Islam. Islam has zero tolerance for murder and for all criminal activities. In fact, Islam is very, very strict when it comes to punishment. You steal, your hand is amputated. You commit adultery, you are stoned to death, or you are given 100 strokes of the cane if you commit fornication, if you are not married. You commit murder, you are to be executed. You commit banditry, your hand and feet at alternate sides is to be cut off, and you can be banished from the land. Very severe punishment we have in Islam, the Sharia law. But when you have Muslims whose lives are not governed by the Sharia, then it becomes a matter of concern. Banditry, terrorism is not part of Islam. Jihad means struggle, to strive in the cause of God positively. And we should all try as much as possible to let all hands be on deck to make Nigeria and the world at large a peaceful place, especially as Muslims. Thanks for coming. I'll argue Professor Bunyamin Aide, and thanks for coming, Mr. Sani Abdulhafiz.
Thank you too.
Al-Adi Al-Amin Alao. We are join us again next week. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Hello there, thank you for joining us on this special interview series on independent television. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. Our guest today on the program is the Ambassador of the European Union to Nigeria and ECOWAS. As a matter of fact, the Ambassador of the European Delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS, His Excellency Ambassador Gauthier Mignon. Thank you for obliging us your time.
Thank you very much for your kind invitation, sir.
Okay, how would you describe your presence in Benin so far? Is this your first time in Benin City?
Actually, it's my second time, but I came in a private visit the first time because I hadn't presented my credentials yet to Mr. President, so I could not engage officially by the time. So this time it's the first official visit. And I came really with an intention to see how, to review the cooperation we are having with Edo State and to try to see how we can scale it up. But I took the opportunity to visit yesterday to participate to a private preview of the Museum of West African Arts here in Edo State, which is a project I already saw last year when I came first to Benin City.
So how would you describe the level of partnership between the European Union and of course Nigeria, and particularly Edo State?
Well, with Nigeria, the European Union, together with its member states and its development banks, what we call Team Europe, I think is the first partner, is Nigeria's first partner in many, many areas, in trade and investment in particular, and also in cooperation in many areas. And we have 730 million euros in grants, for bilateral cooperation with Nigeria between 2041 and 2027, plus also sizable amounts of loans, subsidized loans. And with Edo State, we've had good cooperation in several areas. I'm thinking in particular of support to migration governance and support to stranded migrants returning to Nigeria, and many of them are from Edo State. And in the last few years, we supported more than 23,000 people to come back and reintegrate into their communities nationally, and many of them in Edo State, just to name an example. So, we think we can do more in other areas. We're also working in digital economy, in renewable energy, and also in projects for communities. But I always come with states so important like Edo State with an idea of how to try to improve and strengthen what we are doing already.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience. And this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, particularly through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience. And this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, in particular through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program in particular.
Fantastic. If you just join us, we have with us the ambassador of the European Commission delegation to Nigeria and Africa, who is in Edo State currently on a private visit, engaging him on a wide range of issues, looking at the partnership between the Commission and Nigeria, and particularly Edo State. Ambassador Mignot, let me quickly take you on a trending issue in Nigeria right now, which has to do with violence, extremism, and the talk around genocide against Christians is gaining momentum across the world, particularly in the US and several other places. What's the Commission's perspectives on this issue, and what is the intention in terms of helping Nigeria to deal with banditry, Boko Haram, and all other, extremism that we're seeing playing up in the country right now?
I think it's important not to exaggerate or oversimplify situations which are very complex in Nigeria in terms of violence and insecurity. Of course, it's a big concern for everybody, including for us. We are very much committed with freedom of religion and belief in particular, and of course, any attack against communities or individuals because of their religion must be condemned, unacceptable. But at the same time, we stand in solidarity with Nigeria, with the victims of the attacks, of course, and with the overwhelming majority of Nigerians who are willing to coexist peacefully beyond ethnic or religious differences. And so we stand in solidarity with Nigeria to fight the many drivers of violence and insecurity. And religion is only one of them. And we've been supporting Nigeria for many years through many projects of peace building, of de-radicalization, demobilization of former members of non-state armed groups, for instance. And we are ready to do more. The European Union some 12 years ago received the Nobel Prize for Peace. And so we always feel the necessity to be up to this great distinction that we received, to work on peace building, to work also and strengthen our relationship on security and defense with Nigeria, but in a spirit of partnership and of respect for Nigeria's sovereignty.
Fantastic. You're here specifically because of the Museum of West African Arts, MOA, which of course was launched just a few days ago. But what's your take on the current issues surrounding the Museum of West African Arts, particularly against the background of some of the things that happened there, during the inauguration of the center? You were there.
I was there. It was not an inauguration of the museum, actually. Okay. It was just a private preview, because the organizer, I think very wisely, decided, as there were some criticisms, to postpone the formal inauguration of the museum. They announced this already a few days ago. And so yesterday was just a private preview for partners, friends, diplomats like myself and other European ambassadors. The EU has no direct involvement in this project. We are not funding this project. We might do it in the future because we want to partner more with museums and cultural institutions in West Africa and Nigeria, but we have no direct involvement so far. So I came here really to see the advancement of this very wonderful project I discovered last year when I came first, which is a great opportunity for Edo State, for Nigeria, and for West Africa. It's a West African museum. It's not about only Benin or Edo State or Nigeria, it's West African. And I must say that the experience that we had yesterday was quite unpleasant and deplorable, because this private event on a private property was disrupted by so-called protesters who came in, allowed by the police, because there was security all around, but they left them in. And they disrupted the whole event. So it's exactly how you scale off. You scale off investors and development partners coming in good faith, to partner with your community. And Germany, for instance, has invested 8.5 million euros in this project. If now they see that this project cannot operate normally, the conclusions will be quite clear, not only for Germany but for all European stakeholders.
Fantastic. Let's look at a general issue that relates to the involvement of the Western world in Africa in terms of development, in terms of partnership, in terms of insecurity. Talking about partnership, we're seeing the European Union, for example, always disposed to giving loans to African countries, Nigeria inclusive. The perspective of these loans being a trap for developing countries, underdeveloped countries. What are your thoughts? What's the Commission perspectives on this?
Well, this is a trap where we felt collectively, the lenders and our African partners 30 years ago, and we had at the time to pardon part of this debt, to do a whole work to get out of this situation. So now
through, in particular, our new cooperation strategy, which is called the Global Gateway Strategy, we are very attentive not to fall again into this trap. So we limit the level of indebtedness of partner countries. We give subsidized loans. We don't want to fall again into this trap. And what we are seeing with concern is that African countries, some of them, are falling again into this situation with other lenders, not the European Union, because we've learned from our first experience. So this is why now we work very much with financial instruments, blending loans with grants, for instance, subsidized loans which create revenues for the country, so making sure that they can be reimbursed. So it's really a point we are very attentive to.
On a global scale, we've seen the disappearance of peace, so to speak, at the global level. I mean, the Hamas-Israeli crisis there's a ceasefire, there's some sort of agreement, but we're still seeing some measure of violence. We saw recently the RSF activities in Sudan, particularly in Al-Fasher. That crisis is still going on. And these activities or events that are unfolding globally that undermines peace globally, what's your perspective of the fact that it's like the world is hamstrung in terms of dealing with these issues, nipping them at the bud before it blossoms, it flourishes, snowballs into huge crisis like you're seeing now in Sudan? Hunger is there. In Hamas, there's starvation, there's poverty, and all of these issues happening. Why is it so difficult for the world leaders to have a consensus in terms of how they can collectively respond to these issues?
Because we have collective rules in the United Nations Charter, international law. And what we have seen over the last 10 years or so is that very important players have not respected these rules. You know? Take the case of Russia in particular.
Yeah, Russia and Ukraine.
The Russian invasion to Ukraine, which started in fact in 2014, then it became full scale in 2022. Then we, from a permanent member of the Security Council, a country which is supposed to be a guarantor of these rules, then it shows that everybody can do anything and violates international law without punishment. And so this is why it's so important, and that is why the European Union insisted so much that all countries in the world had to condemn the Russian invasion to Ukraine. And most countries, including Nigeria, have done that. But others, including large democracies, have not done so.
When you say large democracy, are you talking about the US?
The US has done so, but others have not. And then, other crises also popped up. And then when the law starts to be broken here and there, it just becomes contagious.
Ambassador Gotna-Migno, thank you so much for your time. Truly appreciate this conversation.
Pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I've been talking with Ambassador Mignot, who is the head of the European delegation to Nigeria and Africa, is currently in Edo State on a visit, and we've been engaging him on a wide range of issues. Thank you for staying with us, and have a beautiful day ahead. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Hi, we expect that our vast viewership may have need for varying fitness concern, and in respect to these, we have made provisions for personal training sessions available for everyone, for we are poised to giving you a satisfactory one-on-one training. So, hire our service today and get a visible but lasting result. I am your host, Higato Destiny. You can call me the Man of Steel.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Good morning and welcome to the AM News on Independent Television. I am Chukufumnanya Digwe. Now, the Switzerland ambassador to Nigeria, Chad, Niger, and ECOWAS, Patrick Egloff, says ongoing consultations on the restitution of repatriated Benin bronzes looted during the British expedition against the Benin Kingdom in 1897 will continue through the Palace of the Oba of Benin, Edo State. The envoy made this commitment during a courtesy visit to His Royal Majesty Ewai II, Oba of Benin, over the weekend in acknowledgement of the monarch's efforts in the restitution process. Egosa Agbolao has details.
Ambassador Patrick Egloff explained that the Palace of the Oba of Benin will not be sidelined in the ongoing efforts by the Swiss government regarding the repatriation of the Benin bronzes. He noted that Switzerland is already collaborating with curators